good evening, dear friends. As you settle down for the night, nestled by the gentle glow of a cozy fireplace, let your imaginations drift into whimsical worlds. Tonight's story will transport you to magical and peaceful places, where dreams blossom like the flowers of a beautiful spring day. We hope you've enjoyed the warmth and beauty of today, and as you listen, may your heart be filled with tranquility and joy. Here's to a restful night and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. The first thing Kaelen noticed was the scent, not of dust and old paper, but of rain-kissed violets and warm parchment, as if the very air had been woven from memory and longing. He stood at the threshold of a place he had only ever visited in dreams, the library between. All around him, shelves stretched into soft, pearlescent mist, their edges blurred like a watercolor painting left out in the dew. Books floated gently, their pages rustling like the wings of slumbering moths, and from somewhere far above came the faint, melodic chime of crystal bells. Kaelen had come here not by accident, but by need. For weeks a quiet ache had settled in his chest, a hollow feeling as though he'd misplaced something vital without knowing what it was. His grandmother, before she passed, had whispered to him of a place where lost things could be found, not objects but pieces of oneself, forgotten courage, misplaced joy, silenced laughter. And so, with nothing but a small, smooth locket that held the scent of lavender from her garden, Kaelen had stepped through the old oak door at the back of her cottage and found himself here. His footsteps made no sound on the floor, which felt like walking on cool, dense mist. As he wandered deeper, the shelves began to curve and spiral, forming arches and alcoves that glowed with a soft, internal light. He reached out and let his fingers brush against the spine of a book, bound in what felt like velvet and starlight. At his touch, the book hummed gently, and a soft, golden light pulsed from within its pages. "You are welcome here, seeker," a voice chimed, not in his ears but in his mind, like the ringing of a distant, clear bell. Kaelen turned and saw a creature hovering nearby, no larger than his hand, shaped like a softly glowing sphere of light with delicate, wispy tendrils that drifted like sea grass in a gentle current. It pulsed with a warm, amber light, and as it drew closer, he felt a faint warmth on his skin, like sunlight through closed eyelids. "I am a Lumina," the creature communicated, its thoughts flowing into his like a quiet melody. "We are the keepers of stories and the guides of those who wander between." "I'm looking for something," Kaelen said softly, his voice feeling small in the vast, gentle space. "Many do," the Lumina replied, its light shimmering with understanding. "Follow. The starlit atrium may hold what you seek." And so Kaelen followed, his heart beating a soft, hopeful rhythm. They moved through corridors where the air tasted of honey and thyme, past shelves that changed color with every step, from the deep blue of twilight to the soft pink of dawn. Now and then other luminas would drift by, trailing light like comet tails, and each would chime a greeting that resonated not as sound but as feeling, a brush of comfort against his spirit. At last they arrived at the starlit atrium, a vast, open space where the ceiling opened into a sky of swirling, liquid silver and amethyst. Constellations drifted slowly like embers in a soft wind, and below, a pool of still water reflected the heavens so perfectly that it was impossible to tell where the sky ended and the water began. Floating above the pool were large, smooth stones that glowed with a gentle, milky light, serving as stepping stones across the void. "This is one of the waypoint wonders," the Lumina chimed. "Each stone will take you deeper into the library, but you must choose the path that calls to you." Kaelen stepped onto the first stone. It was warm beneath his feet, like stone left in the sun, and as he stood there, a soft image formed in his mind, a memory of his grandmother's hands, wrinkled and kind, planting lavender in her garden. The scent washed over him, fresh and calming. He stepped to the next stone, and this time he heard a faint melody, a lullaby she used to sing, one he hadn't remembered until now. His throat tightened with emotion. Stone by stone, memory by memory, he moved across the pool, each step bringing him closer to something he couldn't name but dearly missed. The luminas drifted alongside him, their lights pulsing in time with the melody in his heart. On the seventh stone, the image shifted. He saw not a memory but a question, a scene of a young boy hiding behind a tree, too shy to join the others at play. It was himself, years ago. He had forgotten that feeling, buried it under layers of grown-up certainty. The lumina beside him glowed a soft, questioning blue. Some things are not lost, but set aside for a time. Kaelen nodded, his eyes stinging. I think I need to understand why I left that part of me behind. The lumina pulsed warmly. Then you must journey to the crystal echo caves, but be warned, the path is not taken with steps, but with breath and stillness. Guided by the gentle light of his companion, Kaelen left the atrium and entered a tunnel lined with crystals that grew like frost flowers on a winter window. They emitted a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the soles of his feet and into his bones. The air here smelled of ozone and damp earth after a summer storm. As they walked deeper, the crystals grew larger, some as tall as trees, glowing from within with shifting colors. Kaelen reached out and touched one. It was cool and smooth, like polished glass, and at his touch, it emitted a clear, ringing note that hung in the air like a tangible thing. These are the echo crystals, the lumina chimed. They hold the vibrations of emotions long felt but not forgotten. Listen, and you may hear your own heart. Kaelen closed his eyes and let the harmonies wash over him. He heard laughter like wind chimes, sorrow like slow, deep bells, hope like the first notes of a spring melody. And then faintly he heard it, the quiet, hesitant rhythm of his own younger self, the part of him that had been afraid to be seen. He followed the sound, the lumina floating silently beside him, until he reached a small cavern where a single crystal, no larger than his palm, pulsed with a soft, silver light. It was nestled among roots of light that seemed to grow from the walls themselves. As he approached, the crystal's light brightened, and he felt a gentle pull, like a thread tied around his heart. He knelt, and without knowing why, he opened the locket he carried. Inside, the dried lavender seemed to glow with the same soft light. Place it near the crystal, the lumina whispered in his mind. Sometimes what we carry can help heal what we find. Kaelen did so, laying the locket gently beside the pulsing crystal. The moment the lavender touched the light, the crystal began to chime, a clear, rising note that filled the cavern. And from within its light a form emerged, not solid, but made of shimmering air and memory. It was the boy from his memory, translucent and hesitant, but smiling softly. You found me, the boy said, his voice like the whisper of leaves. I didn't know I was looking, Kaelen replied, his own voice thick with emotion. You grew up so fast, the boy said. You thought you had to leave me behind to be brave. Kaelen reached out, and though his hand passed through the form, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers. I think I was wrong. The boy's form glowed brighter. It's okay, I never left. I was just waiting for you to remember that it's all right to be shy sometimes. It's all right to be quiet. That doesn't mean you're not brave. Tears welled in Kaelen's eyes, but they were tears of relief, of a weight being lifted. The hollow feeling in his chest began to fill, not with something new, but with something returned. The lumina drifted closer, its light now a soft, gold-infused white. You have done a brave thing today, Kaelen. Understanding oneself is the greatest journey of all. As the boy's form dissolved back into the crystal, the silver light pulsed once, brightly, and then settled into a steady, gentle glow. The locket lay beside it, the lavender now faintly shimmering. Kaelen picked it up and fastened it around his neck once more. The scent of lavender seemed stronger now, sweeter, as if infused with starlight. It is time to return, the lumina chimed softly. But know that you may always come back here, in dreams or in thought. The library between is never far from those who carry its peace within. They retraced their path through the crystal caves, through the starlit atrium, and back along the whispering shelves. With every step, Kaelen felt lighter, more whole. The memories he had revisited no longer felt like losses, but like treasures rediscovered. When at last they reached the threshold where he had begun, the Lumina pulsed a farewell, a feeling of warmth and approval that settled deep in his heart. "Thank you," Kaelen whispered. The Lumina's light shimmered like a smile. "Travel gently, seeker." And then he stepped through the doorway, back into his grandmother's cottage. The familiar scent of wood smoke and dried herbs welcomed him. Outside, the real night sky was dotted with stars, and the air was cool and still. He touched the locket at his chest, now warm from his skin, and smiled. He hadn't found a thing, but he had found himself, or rather, he had welcomed back a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. That night, as he lay in bed, the scent of lavender from the locket filled the room, soft and soothing. And in his dreams, he returned to the library between, not as a seeker, but as a friend, floating on warm clouds of memory, guided by the gentle chime of the luminas, forever home in the knowledge that he was, and always would be, complete. Story 2. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young girl named Amara, who felt as though a piece of her was missing. It wasn't something she could name, this hollow feeling, just a gentle ache, like the memory of warmth after a fire has burned down to ashes. Every evening she would sit by her window and watch the last light fade from the sky, wondering why the stars seemed so far away and the night so very long. One autumn evening, as a chill wind whispered through the copper and amber leaves, Amara noticed something unusual. At the edge of the woods where the oldest oaks stood guard, a soft, pulsing glow beckoned like a heartbeat of light. Curiosity, that quiet companion of the lonely, stirred within her. Wrapping her shawl tightly around her shoulders, she stepped out into the gathering dusk. The glow led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured. Fallen leaves rustled underfoot like pages of an unread story, and the air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke. And there, nestled in the hollow of an ancient oak, was a small, smooth stone that glowed with the warm, gentle light of embers. It pulsed softly, as if breathing in time with the forest itself. Amara reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, and picked it up. To her surprise, it was warm to the touch, not scorching like a real ember, but comforting like a cup of tea held between cold hands. As she held it, the hollow feeling inside her seemed to lessen, just a little, as if the stone's warmth was seeping into the empty spaces. That night she dreamed not of darkness, but of a path lined with silver moss and fireflies, and a voice on the wind that whispered, "When the heart is ready, the way will appear." When she awoke, the ember stone was still nestled in her palm, its glow softer in the daylight but still present, a steady and reassuring warmth. She knew with a certainty that felt both exciting and frightening that this stone was meant to be more than a mere trinket. It was an invitation. And so, with the stone safely tucked in her pocket, Amara began her journey the very next evening, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. She followed no map, for there was none to follow, only the gentle pull of the ember stone, which glowed a little brighter each time she chose the right direction. For 3 days and 3 nights she walked. The forest grew deeper and older around her, trees towering like gentle giants, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled gold. She drank from clear, chuckling streams and ate wild berries that tasted of sunshine and rain. And though she was alone, she did not feel lonely. The ember stone was a constant companion, its warmth a silent reassurance. On the evening of the 3rd day, as twilight settled like a soft blanket over the world, Amara heard a sound that was not part of the forest's usual chorus. It was a faint, melodic humming, intertwined with the rustle of leaves and the gentle crackle of was that a fire. She followed the sound until she came upon a small clearing where a little fire burned in a ring of stones. Beside it sat an old woman with hair as white as moonlit snow and eyes that held the kindness of 1,000 sunsets. She was stirring a small pot from which a wonderful smell arose, something like cinnamon, honey, and memories of good things. "I wondered when you might find your way here," the woman said, her voice like the murmur of a quiet stream. "Sit, child, share my fire." Amara sat, drawn by the woman's gentle presence and the comforting aroma of the stew. She learned that the woman's name was Alara, and that she was a keeper of stories and secrets, living in harmony with the forest for more years than most could count. "You carry a curious light with you," Alara remarked, her eyes twinkling as she glanced at Amara's pocket, where the ember stone glowed softly. Amara pulled it out and held it in her open palm. "It found me," she said. "Or perhaps I found it. I'm not entirely sure." Alara nodded slowly. "Some things are meant to be found when we need them most. That is an ember of remembering. It glows for those who have lost a piece of themselves, not to misfortune, but to time or distance, or simply from growing up too quickly." Amara looked at the stone, then at Alara. "Can it help me find what I've lost?" "It already is," Alara said with a soft smile. "But the journey is yours to make. Tell me, what do you feel when you hold it?" Amara closed her eyes. "Warmth and a sense of connection, as if I'm not alone, even when I am. That is because the ember is tied to the heart fire, a hidden place where all things are remembered and where what is lost can be found again. But the path is not an easy one. It requires a willing heart and a steadfast spirit." That night, as Amara slept by Alara's fire, she dreamed again of the silver path, but this time she was not alone. A small, furry creature with eyes like polished jet and a coat the color of twilight sat at the path's beginning, waiting for her. When she awoke, the creature from her dream was there in the flesh, curled up beside her, breathing softly. It was a pine marten, sleek and curious, with a playful tilt to its head. As Amara stirred, it blinked up at her and made a soft, chattering sound. "It seems you've made a friend," Alara said, handing Amara a warm cup of herbal tea. "Pip is a fine guide for the next part of your journey. He knows these woods better than any." And so, with Pip darting ahead and pausing every so often to ensure she followed, Amara continued on her way. The ember stone glowed more brightly now, pulsing in time with her footsteps. They traveled through parts of the forest that felt ancient and untouched, where ferns unfurled like green blessings and mushrooms glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. Pip, she soon discovered, was not just a guide, but a delightful companion. He would bring her shiny pebbles, show her the safest paths across bubbling streams, and chitter encouragingly when the way grew steep. His presence was a constant, cheerful reminder that even on the loneliest roads, friendship could be found in the most unexpected places. As they journeyed, Amara found herself speaking aloud to Pip, sharing stories from her childhood, dreams she had almost forgotten, and the quiet worries that had lived in her heart for so long. Pip would listen, tilting his head, and sometimes he would place a small paw on her hand as if to say, "I understand." One afternoon they came to a wide, misty river spanned by a bridge made of woven vines and silverwood. On the other side the forest seemed different, the air shimmered slightly, and the colors were deeper, richer, as if seen through a prism of dew. "This is the threshold," Alara had told her. "Cross only when you are ready, for the hidden world does not reveal itself to unwilling hearts." Amara took a deep breath, the ember stone warm against her chest. Pip chattered softly and scampered across the bridge without hesitation, turning to wait for her on the other side. Gathering her courage, she stepped onto the bridge. As she crossed, the world around her seemed to shift and change. The mist cleared, and she found herself in a place of breathtaking beauty. Giant flowers swayed in a breeze that carried the scent of jasmine and starlight. Trees with bark that shimmered like mother of pearl reached toward a sky where two moons hung, one silver and one gold. Fireflies danced in the air, their light weaving patterns that told stories of old. This was the hidden world, a place of magic and memory, where time flowed differently and every leaf, every stone, seemed to hum with ancient song. Pip led her along a path of soft moss that wound between towering ferns and under arches of flowering vines. And there, in the center of a great clearing, burned the heart fire, a magnificent, gentle flame that rose from a pool of crystal-clear water, its light warm and inviting, yet powerful. Around the heart fire stood figures, some tall and graceful like the trees, others small and quick like the creatures of the forest. They were the keepers of the heart fire, guardians of memory and connection. One of them, a woman with antlers like a stag and eyes full of timeless wisdom, stepped forward. "Welcome, Amara," she said, her voice like the harmony of wind and water. "We have been waiting for you." Amara approached, her heart beating like a captured bird. "Why?" she asked softly. "Because you carry an ember of remembering. Each ember is born from the heart fire itself, and it returns when its bearer is ready to reclaim what was lost." "What have I lost?" Amara whispered, her voice trembling. The keeper smiled gently. "That is for you to discover. Hold your ember to the heart fire and see what it shows you." With Pip sitting quietly at her feet, Amara stepped toward the flames. She held out the ember stone, and as it neared the heart fire, it began to glow more brightly than ever before. Tendrils of light reached out from the fire, wrapping around the stone and around Amara's hand, warm but not burning. And then images began to bloom in the air around her, fragments of memory, pieces of her own life she had forgotten. She saw herself as a small child, laughing as she chased butterflies in a sun-drenched meadow. She saw her grandmother's hands, wrinkled and kind, teaching her how to weave crowns of clover and daisies. She heard the lullabies her father used to sing, his voice deep and steady, a fortress against the dark. She remembered the feeling of wonder she'd had when seeing the first snow of winter, the joy of jumping in rain puddles, the comfort of a shared story by firelight. These were not grand moments, but small, precious ones, the quiet threads that had woven the tapestry of her heart. And she realized with a clarity that brought tears to her eyes that what she had lost was not a thing, but a feeling, the simple, profound connection to the world around her, to the magic in everyday moments. In growing up, in worrying about being enough, she had let that connection fade, like a fire untended. The keeper placed a hand on her shoulder. "You have not lost these things forever. They are here in the heart fire and in you. The ember helped you remember that you carry the light inside. You always have." Amara looked at the ember stone, now glowing with a steady, sure light. She understood now that its warmth was not just the stone's, but her own, a reflection of the light she had always possessed. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "The journey does not end here," the keeper said. "Now that you remember, you must carry this light back into your world, share it, nurture it, and know that you are never truly alone." As the images faded, Amara felt a peace settle over her, deep and abiding. The hollow feeling was gone, replaced by a warmth that spread from her heart to the very tips of her fingers. Pip nuzzled her hand, and she smiled down at him. "Ready to go home," she whispered. The journey back felt different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier, as if it, too, was celebrating her rediscovery. When she reached Alara's clearing, the old woman was waiting, a knowing smile on her face. "You found what you were looking for," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Amara nodded. "I did, and so much more." She spent one last evening by Alara's fire, sharing stories of her journey and listening to the old woman's tales of the forest. Pip curled up in her lap, purring contentedly. When it was time to sleep, Amara placed the ember stone beside her, its glow now a constant, gentle reminder of the light within. The next morning she bid farewell to Alara, promising to visit often. Pip accompanied her to the edge of the woods, chattering a soft goodbye before disappearing back into the trees. When Amara returned to her valley, the world seemed new. The air smelled sweeter, the colors were brighter, and the stars seemed closer somehow, as if they were smiling down at her. She began to notice the small wonders she had overlooked for so long. The way the morning light caught the dew on spiderwebs, the sound of the wind singing through the pines, the warmth of a shared smile with a neighbor. She started a garden planting flowers that attracted butterflies and bees. She learned to bake bread, filling her home with the comforting smell of yeast and warmth. And in the evenings she would sit by her own fireplace, watching the flames dance and remembering that every fire begins with a single ember. Years passed, and Amara grew into a woman known for her kindness and her light. Children would gather in her garden to hear stories of the hidden world and the friendly pine marten named Pip. She never married, but she was never lonely. Her heart was too full of connections, old and new. One autumn evening, much like the one when her journey had begun, she saw a soft glow at the edge of the woods. A young boy stood there looking lost and uncertain, holding a small, glowing stone. Amara smiled and walked toward him. "It found you," she said gently. The boy looked up, his eyes wide. "What is it?" "An invitation," she replied. "Would you like to hear a story?" And as the fire crackled in her hearth and the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Amara began to tell the tale of a girl, a stone, and a journey that taught her that the greatest magic lies not in grand adventures, but in remembering the light we carry inside. The boy listened, his fears forgotten, his heart beginning to glow with its own gentle ember light. And outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the sound of distant chattering, as if a certain pine marten was approving of the story and of the new journey about to begin. But that is a tale for another night. For now the fire is burning low, and the world is settling into dreams. May your own heart be light, and may you always remember the warmth you carry within. Sleep well, dear listener, and know that you are never alone. Story 3. In the cozy, topsy-turvy town of Serendipity on the Clouds, where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew with their roots tickling the sky, there lived 3 very peculiar friends. There was Bartholomew, a dragon with shimmering emerald scales who collected teacups, not gold or jewels, but delicate porcelain cups with whimsical patterns. His cave was a labyrinth of shelves, each holding cups that chimed softly when the mountain breezes wandered through. Then there was Finnegan, the cloud shepherd, who spent his days gently herding fluffy cumulus sheep with a crook made of spun sugar. And lastly there was Penelope, the professional dream painter, who traveled each night on a brushstroke of starlight, adding dashes of color to the dreams of sleepers near and far. One particularly peaceful afternoon, the 3 friends gathered in Bartholomew's cave for their weekly tea party. Bartholomew had just acquired a new teacup, one that swirled with colors that changed with your mood. Finnegan brought a puffy cloud that rained a gentle, sweet drizzle of lemonade, and Penelope brought a tray of cookies that, when nibbled, made you hum a happy tune. But as Bartholomew poured the tea, a brew that steamed in little heart-shaped puffs, he let out a gasp. "Oh dear," he rumbled softly. "I seem to have misplaced my favorite teacup, the one with the dancing badgers wearing tiny top hats." Finnegan, who was floating just above the floor on a cushion of cloud, bobbed in concern. "Are you sure it's not behind the sugar-spun saucers?" Bartholomew shook his great head, his horns nearly brushing the ceiling. "I've looked everywhere, it simply poof, vanished." Just then Penelope, who had been quietly sketching dream ideas in her notebook, looked up. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I dreamed last night of a place where everything is slightly inside out. The flowers bloom beneath the soil, and the sky is a carpet of soft grass. Perhaps your teacup has rolled into a dream like that." The three friends exchanged glances. It was just absurd enough to be possible. So they set off, Bartholomew tiptoeing carefully to avoid shaking the mountainside, Finnegan herding a few curious cloud sheep behind them, and Penelope leading the way with a lantern that cast shadows that giggled when you weren't looking. They wandered through the upside-down forest, where the leaves rustled with the sound of whispered secrets, and the trunks of the trees were striped like peppermint sticks. Swish, swish, crunch, crunch went their footsteps. They crossed the backwards river by stepping on stones that floated upstream, each step making a soft plip-plop as they went against the current. Before long, they arrived at a small, crooked cottage that stood on its roof, its chimney puffing out little clouds of marshmallow-scented smoke. A sign above the door, hanging upside down, read, "Madame Mitzi's Inside-Out Tea Shop." They stepped inside, or rather upward, and found themselves in a room where the chairs hung from the ceiling and the table was a floating disk of honey-glazed wood. Behind the counter stood Madame Mitzi herself, a woman with hair the color of spun silver and a laugh that tinkled like wind chimes. "Welcome, welcome," she chimed. "Care for some tea? It's brewed from backwards blossoms and served in mugs that refill when you sigh contentedly." Bartholomew politely explained their predicament. Madame Mitzi's eyes twinkled. "A dancing badger teacup, you say? Why, I believe I saw something like that. It rolled through here this morning, gave a little bawing against my teapot, and bounced right out the window." Sure enough, there was a tiny, teacup-sized dent in a floating teapot that was humming a waltz. They thanked Madame Mitzi. Finnegan left her a small, lemonade-draining cloud as a gift, and followed the trail. It led them to a meadow where the butterflies had clockwork wings that went tick-tock as they fluttered, and the daisies sang harmonies in soft, hummed tones. And there, in the middle of the meadow, was the teacup, but it was not alone. Perched on its rim was a small, flustered-looking sparrow wearing a monocle and a waistcoat. He was trying, quite unsuccessfully, to teach the painted badgers to dance the tango. "No, no," the sparrow chirped in frustration. "It's 1, 2, 3, then the hat tip, you're all left-pawed." Bartholomew's eyes widened. "Sir," he said gently, "that's my teacup." The sparrow adjusted his monocle. "Ah, my apologies. You see, I am Professor Featherington, dance instructor to the aesthetically inclined. I thought these badgers had potential, but they simply won't follow the rhythm." Just then one of the cloud sheep, a particularly fluffy one named Nimbus, drifted too close to a backwards blossom and let out a sound like a soft, woolly sneeze. "Hiya-chuo." The sound was so silly that Professor Featherington burst into giggles, which came out as musical tee-hee-hees. The badgers on the teacup seemed to wiggle with laughter, and the whole meadow seemed to sigh with delight. Penelope smiled. "You know, Professor," she said, "perhaps these badgers don't need to tango. Maybe they just want to dance their own dance." So Professor Featherington, after a moment of thoughtful beak tapping, decided to try a new approach. He whistled a breezy, unstructured tune, and the badgers immediately began to bounce and sway in a joyful, jumbled jig. The teacup itself began to spin gently, chiming like a bell. Ting-a-ling, wiggle, sway, bawing. It was a perfectly silly, perfectly wonderful dance. Bartholomew beamed. "You know," he said, "I think this teacup is happier here, where it can dance freely." Professor Featherington bowed. "Then might I keep it. I shall ensure the badgers dance only the most delightful of jigs." And so it was agreed. The three friends bid the professor farewell and made their way back through the inside-out world, their hearts light and their steps cheerful. That evening, as the stars began to prick the twilight sky, they settled back in Bartholomew's cave. Finnegan's cloud sheep drifted sleepily above, occasionally raining a drop of sweet dreams. Penelope brought out her brushes and added a little extra sparkle to the night's dreams, a shimmer of dancing badgers and chiming teacups for everyone. And Bartholomew, though missing his favorite cup, felt a warm contentment. For he realized that sometimes the sweetest endings come from sharing joy, even if it means letting a teacup dance away into the moonlight. So as you drift into dreams, listen closely. You might just hear the gentle ting-ailing of a badger's jig, dancing you into a peaceful, happy sleep. Story 4. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windowsills were perpetually dusted with pollen from the old apple tree, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her favorite place in all the world was the attic, a kingdom of forgotten things reached by a pull-down ladder that groaned a friendly greeting whenever she visited. One rainy afternoon, with the gentle pitter-patter of drops playing a soft rhythm on the roof, Clara decided to explore a corner she had always overlooked. Behind an old rocking horse with one chipped ear and a stack of yellowed newspapers, her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than her palm, nestled in a dusty velvet pouch. The wood was dark and rich, and on its lid was inlaid a pattern of silver that looked like a map of constellations she had never seen. With a soft click, the clasp gave way. Inside, resting on a bed of faded crimson silk, was not a jewel or a lock of hair, but a single, perfect key. It was old and made of brass, warm to the touch, and along its bow was etched a tiny, sleeping owl. That very night, as a distant church bell tolled 9 times, muffled and sweet through the rain, Clara lay in bed holding the key. A thought, quiet but persistent, whispered to her, "This is no ordinary key. It unlocks not a door, but a fear." Just then, a soft thump sounded at her window. It was Mr. Pippin, the neighbor's plump ginger cat, who often visited when the world outside grew damp. He blinked his large, knowing eyes and gave a quiet MRRO of inquiry. "It's a key, Pippin," Clara whispered, holding it up. The cat purred, a sound like a tiny, contented engine, and butted his head against the glass. Taking this as an invitation, Clara opened the window. Mr. Pippin leapt in, shaking the rain from his fur, and sat primly on her quilt, staring at the key as if waiting for an explanation. No sooner had she closed the window than a faint, rustling whisper came from her bookshelf. A small, gray mouse with spectacles made of twisted wire poked his head out from behind a volume of fairy tales. This was Barnaby, a well-read rodent who had taken up residence due to the excellent selection of literature. "Ahem," squeaked Barnaby, adjusting his spectacles. "If I may, that appears to be a courage key, quite rare. It doesn't open chests or rooms, you see. It opens understandings." Clara looked from the key to the mouse to the purring cat. What kind of understandings? But before Barnaby could answer, the air in the room grew still. The friendly shadows in the corners of her room seemed to deepen and stretch. A fear old and familiar began to uncoil in Clara's stomach, the fear of the dark and of the unseen things that might dwell within it. It was a fear no nightlight had ever fully chased away. The key in her hand grew warm, almost hot. The tiny owl on its bow seemed to open one etched eye and wink. "It's starting," squeaked Barnaby, his whiskers twitching. "The journey." "Journey?" Clara asked, her voice small. "But I'm right here in my room." "The most important journeys," said a new voice, deep and melodious, from the direction of her wardrobe. The door creaked open and out stepped a tall, kindly-looking badger wearing a waistcoat and holding a pocket watch. "Are measured in heartbeats, not miles. I am Alistair. I believe you have need of a guide." Clara's room was her room, and yet it wasn't. The familiar had become the setting for something extraordinary. The shadows weren't just empty space anymore. They were a forest of tall, dark trees. The space under her bed wasn't just a dusty void. It was the entrance to a deep, rumbling cave. Her fear had made a landscape of her bedroom. "The key," Alistair the Badger said gently, his voice a low, comforting rumble. "It responds to courage, not the loud, shouting kind, but the quiet kind, the kind that listens first." The challenge was clear. Clara had to cross this shadowy landscape of her own making to reach the far side of the room, where her bedside lamp sat, a beacon of ordinary, friendly light. But the path was terrifying. The rustling of the curtains became the sound of unseen creatures moving in the undergrowth. The creak of the floorboards was the groan of ancient, sleeping giants. She took a step, and the shadows seemed to press closer. Her heart hammered against her ribs. "Patience, dear girl," murmured Alistair, walking calmly beside her. "Fear is often just a story we haven't listened to the end of." Mr. Pippin, with a brave PRRT, trotted ahead into the darkest patch of shadow under the writing desk. A moment later, his contented purr echoed from the darkness, a sound so cozy and commonplace that it made the shadows seem a little less menacing. "A most effective strategy, the purr," noted Barnaby from her shoulder. "Chapter 12 of the Feline Art of Diplomacy, I believe." Clara took another step, and then another. She focused on the warm weight of the key in her hand and the soft, rhythmic purring from under the desk. She remembered what Alistair had said. Listen. Instead of trying to silence the fear, she listened to it. The rustling wasn't a monster. It was the friendly sound of the wind outside and the rustle of Mr. Pippin's fur as he rubbed against a chair leg. The creaking wasn't a giant. It was the old house settling for the night, a sound as familiar as her own breath. With each step, her kindness turned toward her own fear. She didn't fight it, she understood it. She acknowledged the shadows, and in doing so, they lost their power. They became just shadows again, harmless, empty space. The journey across the room felt like a grand expedition, but it took only a dozen heartbeats. She reached her bedside table, her personal lighthouse. Her hand, steady now, reached out and clicked on the lamp. Warm, golden light flooded the room. The forest of shadows vanished. The cave under the bed was just a space for storing slippers. Mr. Pippin blinked up at her from a perfectly normal patch of floor. Barnaby was perched on a copy of The Wind in the Willows. Alistair the Badger tipped his hat, his eyes twinkling. "You see," he rumbled, "you had all the light you needed. You just had to be brave enough to reach for it." The brass key in Clara's hand was cool again. The tiny owl was once more asleep, but she felt different, lighter. The cozy safety of her room felt earned, not just given. She climbed into bed, Mr. Pippin curling into a warm, purring circle at her feet. Barnaby scurried back to his book with a satisfied nod. Alistair faded back into the wardrobe with a final, soft creak of the door. The rain had stopped. The only sounds were the gentle tick of the clock and the soft, rhythmic purring from the foot of the bed. Clara placed the key on her nightstand next to the lamp. It was just a key again. Or was it? It had unlocked a door within herself, and on the other side she had found not a monster, but a braver, kinder version of herself. She smiled, snuggled under her quilt, and listened to the quiet, friendly sounds of the night, knowing that some journeys require no luggage at all, just a willing heart and a little bit of light held bravely in the dark. Story 5. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, where chimneys puffed gentle clouds into the twilight sky and garden gates creaked friendly greetings, there lived a young boy named Leo. His home stood at the edge of the whispering woods, with an attic that held generations of memories stacked like layers of a well-loved storybook. One drizzly afternoon, while the rain pattered a soft rhythm on the roof tiles, Leo decided to explore the attic. The wooden stairs creaked their familiar song as he climbed, and the scent of aged paper and cedar wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Dust motes danced in the slanted light from the circular window, and somewhere in the shadows, a family of mice rustled softly among forgotten trunks. It was behind an old tapestry depicting starry constellations that Leo discovered it, a small wooden music box, no larger than his palm. Carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds, it felt warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting just for him. When he lifted the lid, instead of a tinkling melody, a soft golden light spilled out, painting the dust particles with flecks of amber. HMMMM hummed the music box, a sound like distant bells heard through a dream. The light swirled and formed tiny shapes, a leaf, a raindrop, a feather, before dissolving back into golden mist. Just then, a voice like rustling parchment spoke from a nearby stack of books. Ah, the memory keeper has found its listener. Leo turned to find a small, spectacled mouse perched atop a leather-bound volume, wiping his whiskers with a handkerchief. "Pardon the intrusion," said the mouse, whose name was Barnaby. "But that isn't an ordinary music box, you know. It doesn't play tunes, it plays memories." From a bundle of yarn in the corner, a fluffy ginger cat stretched and padded over. Her purr rumbled like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Took you long enough to find it, little one," she murmured in a voice smooth as warmed cream. "I've been napping on that tapestry for 3 generations, waiting for someone curious enough to look behind it." The music box hummed again, and this time Leo saw a vision, a tiny silver key falling into a well, glinting as it disappeared into the darkness. "That," said Barnaby, adjusting his spectacles, "is the first memory. The music box shows what needs to be remembered, or in this case, what needs to be found." The cat, whose name was Marigold, explained. "The key belongs to the old clock tower in the village square. Without it, the clock hasn't chimed in 50 years. The town has forgotten how to measure their days with music." Leo's heart beat a little faster. But how will I find something lost so long ago? Marigold rubbed against his leg, her purring growing louder. "Courage, dear child, isn't about traveling far. It's about listening closely. The music box will guide you if you learn to understand its language." And so began Leo's journey, though he never left the attic. Each day after his chores, he would climb the creaking stairs and open the music box. Sometimes it showed him images, a spiderweb glittering with dew, a fallen nest cradled in ivy, the pattern of frost on a window pane. Other times it played sounds, the whisper of turning pages, the crackle of a hearth fire, the sigh of wind through pine needles. Barnaby proved an excellent translator. "You see," he'd say, nibbling on a bit of biscuit Leo had brought him, "the music box speaks in metaphors. The spiderweb means connections. The nest means something waiting to be rebuilt." Marigold would often contribute between naps. "Patience, little one, kindness, these are the keys to understanding." Weeks passed, and Leo learned to listen not just with his ears, but with his heart. He noticed how the music box glowed warmer when he spoke gently to the mice family, how the light danced when he patiently untangled a knot of Christmas lights, how it hummed contentedly when he sat quietly watching the rain trace paths down the window. One evening, as fireflies began their lantern dance outside, the music box showed him something new, the image of an oak tree, with roots that spread like veins through the earth, and one particular root curled around something small and metallic. "The well was covered over long ago," Barnaby mused, tapping his chin. "But the old oak tree drinks from the same underground spring. The roots must have grown around the key." The next morning, Leo went to the village square. The clock tower stood silent and patient, its face watching over the town like a kind grandmother. At its base grew a magnificent oak, its branches spreading protective arms over the cobblestones. Leo approached slowly, his footsteps whispering on the damp stones. He remembered what the music box had taught him, to be gentle, to listen, to understand. Instead of digging roughly, he sat beneath the tree and placed his palm against its rough bark. "I know you're keeping something safe," he murmured. "The key that belongs to the clock, Would you let me return it to where it belongs?" The leaves rustled softly above him, and a single acorn dropped into his lap. Taking it as permission, Leo carefully brushed away the soil from where the largest root met the trunk. There, nestled in a cradle of wood and earth, lay the silver key, untouched by time. As he lifted it, the church bells rang the hour, a coincidence that felt like magic. But the real magic happened when Leo carefully inserted the key into the clock tower's mechanism. With a sound like a contented sigh, the gears began to turn, and for the first time in 50 years the clock chimed, a clear, bell-like tone that floated over Willowbrook, weaving through laundry lines and open windows. That evening, back in the attic, Leo opened the music box one last time. Instead of showing memories, it played a new melody, a lullaby of ticking clocks and purring cats, of rustling pages and falling rain, all harmonizing into a song that sounded like home. Marigold curled in his lap, her purr vibrating through his bones. "You see," she murmured sleepily, "the greatest adventures happen not in traveling far, but in listening closely. You found what was lost by understanding what was always here." Barnaby nodded from his perch on the yarn bundle. "And you measured your journey in courage and kindness rather than miles. Quite an extraordinary feat for an ordinary afternoon." Outside, the clock chimed again, its voice now part of the town's heartbeat. The sound mingled with the patter of rain on the roof and the distant hoot of an owl in the whispering woods. Leo closed the music box, its warmth lingering on his palms. He knew now that magic wasn't about grand spells or faraway lands. It was in attentive moments, in kindness offered, in patience practiced. It was in attics waiting to be explored, and secrets waiting to be understood with the heart rather than the eyes. As he descended the stairs, the music box's soft hum followed him like a benevolent shadow, a reminder that extraordinary secrets often hide in the most ordinary places, waiting for someone gentle enough to listen. Story 6. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a place untouched by the hurry of the sunlit world. Here the night was not a time of emptiness, but of fullness, a time when the forest's true voice could be heard by those willing to listen. Our tale begins with a young badger named Thistle, whose fur was the color of shadow and whose heart was full of a quiet, persistent worry. While his family slumbered peacefully in their cozy set, Thistle often found himself awake, drawn to the soft glow beyond the entrance, to the world that hummed and whispered under the stars. On this particular night, a restlessness stirred within him stronger than ever. The air carried a new crispness, the first hint of the turning season. Autumn was beginning to lay its gentle, decaying hand upon the forest, and Thistle felt a pang of sorrow for the green, lively days soon to be lost to slumber. Venturing out, his paws sank into the cool, damp moss that carpeted the forest floor. Above, the leaves rustled like pages turning in a great, ancient book, a sound so soft it could lull any anxious heart to peace, if only one paused long enough to hear it. Fireflies drifted like low-hanging stars, their pulses of light casting fleeting, golden patterns on the bark of sleeping trees. Thistle made his way to a small, clear brook that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. He often came here when his thoughts felt too loud. The water had a language all its own, not of words, but of rhythms. It spoke of journeys from high mountain snows to deep, dreaming valleys, of patience and persistence. As he listened, the babbling melody began to soothe the edges of his worry. It was then that a voice, as deep and calm as the earth itself, spoke from the shadows of a great willow nearby. "The water sings a song of release, little one. It does not cling to the stone it smooths, nor the bank it nourishes. It simply flows." From beneath the willow's curtain of silver leaves emerged an owl, his feathers the color of aged bark and midnight sky. His eyes, large and luminous, held the gentle wisdom of countless cycles. This was Alurin, the elder who watched over the nocturnal rhythms of the woods. He was not stern or imposing, but rather carried a presence of profound peace, as steady as the oldest tree. "I hear its song," Thistle replied, his voice small. "But it makes me think of things passing. The green is fading, the warmth is leaving, everything is preparing to sleep, and it feels like a goodbye." Alurin blinked slowly, a gesture of infinite patience. "Come," he said softly. "Walk with me. The forest has more than one story to tell tonight." They moved together along a path only the night creatures knew, dappled in bioluminescent light. Glowing mushrooms clustered at the bases of trees like tiny lanterns, and certain leaves, when brushed by a passing wing or paw, shimmered with a soft, internal radiance. The air itself seemed to sparkle with magic. "You see the light these beings hold," Alurin murmured as they passed a particularly bright patch of foxfire fungi. "They do not fear the dark, they do not fight the closing of the day. Instead, they learn to glow with what they have been given. Their light is not for showing off, but for sharing, a quiet gift to those who walk in the night." They arrived at a starlit clearing where the canopy opened to the sky. The Milky Way stretched above them like a river of diamond dust, and the moon hung round and heavy, painting everything in shades of silver and blue. In the center of the clearing stood a stone, ancient and moss-covered, with a surface that seemed to hum with a low, vibrational energy. "This is the Heartstone," Alurin explained. "It remembers, place your paw upon it, Thistle. Listen not with your ears, but with your spirit." Hesitantly, Thistle approached. The moss was cool and velvety under his pads. As he made contact, a wave of images and sensations flowed through him, not frightening, but deeply comforting. He felt the fierce joy of summer sun, the vibrant burst of spring blossoms, the deep, silent rest of winter snows, and the rich, letting-go beauty of autumn's cascade. He felt the endless turning cycle, not as a series of losses, but as a dance of constant renewal. Each season gave its gift, and then stepped back so the next could have its turn. "The forest does not say goodbye," Alurin's voice came gently beside him. "It says until we meet again the tree is not gone when it loses its leaves, it is dreaming of new ones. The stream is not weaker when it freezes, it is gathering strength under the ice. Rest is not nothingness, little badger, it is the quiet work of becoming." As if to bless this truth, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower. Each drop pattered softly on the broad leaves above, plinked into the brook at the edge of the clearing, and tapped a rhythmic lullaby on the Heartstone. The sound was a natural melody, a soothing whisper that washed away the last of Thistle's anxiety. He felt the water on his fur, cool and clean, and it felt like a baptism into a new understanding. He looked around the clearing, now glittering with raindrops caught in the moonlight and glowing fungus. He saw not a world preparing for an end, but a world transforming. The beauty was different, but it was no less beautiful. "Thank you, Alurin," Thistle said, his voice filled with a newfound peace. "I think I understand now." The wise owl nodded, his feathered form almost blending into the tapestry of the night. "The magic is in the cycle, Thistle, in the trust that after the letting go there is always a return. After the quiet there is always a song. Now listen." And Thistle listened. He heard the rain's gentle percussion on the leaves. He heard the distant brook's constant, reassuring murmur. He heard the wind weaving through the pine needles, a soft, sighing harmony. Together they created a symphony of the night, a lullaby composed by the earth itself. With a heart now light and full of wonder instead of worry, Thistle made his way back to his set. The path seemed brighter, the glowing guides more numerous, as if the forest itself was celebrating his peace. He slipped inside, where the familiar scent of home and family welcomed him. His mother stirred sleepily, nuzzling him without opening her eyes. Curling up in the warm darkness, Thistle closed his own eyes. He was no longer afraid of the coming sleep, nor the season of rest that approached. For he knew now that it was all part of the great, beautiful, and trustworthy dance. The forest knew how to rest. The stream knew how to flow. The stones knew how to remember. And as he drifted into dreams, he thought he could still hear, woven into the fabric of his sleep, the soft, gentle sounds of the magical night, the patter of rain, the whisper of leaves, and the deep, silent hum of the world turning, always turning, toward renewal. Story 7. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping hills, lay the ancient forest of elder moss. Here time moved to a different rhythm, the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth itself. The air always carried the scent of damp soil, pine resin, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves, a perfume of eternity. And when the sun dipped below the horizon, surrendering the sky to the moon, the forest truly awoke. On this particular evening, a young fox named Kaelen sat at the edge of the woodland, his russet fur silvered by moonlight. He was restless, his mind buzzing with questions about the world beyond his den. The familiar comforts of home felt suddenly small, and a yearning for something, he knew not what, pulled at his heart. A soft rustle came from the shadows, and from the gnarled branches of an oak tree, a great horned owl emerged. His feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes held the depth of star-filled nights. This was Alistair, the elder of the forest, who had watched seasons turn for longer than any creature could remember. "The moon is full, little one," Alistair said, his voice a low, resonant hoot that seemed to vibrate through the very air. "Yet your spirit is not. What troubles you?" Kaelen looked up, surprised. "I feel unrooted," he confessed. "As if I'm waiting for something, but I don't know what it is." Alistair's eyes softened. "Then you must listen, not with your ears alone, but with your whole being. The forest speaks, but only to those who are still enough to hear." With that, the owl spread his silent wings and glided deeper into the woods. Compelled, Kaelen followed. They moved through corridors of towering pines, their needles whispering secrets to one another in the language of the wind. Kaelen had never noticed before how each tree had its own voice. The cedars hummed low and steady, the birches sighed with a lighter tone, and the willows near the water murmured melancholy, beautiful refrains. Soon they came upon a stream that glittered like liquid silver under the moon. Alistair alighted on a moss-covered stone, and Kaelen sat beside him, dipping his paw into the cool, clear water. "Listen," Alistair urged gently. Kaelen closed his eyes. At first he heard only the water babbling over smooth stones, a pleasant, soothing sound. But as he focused, the babble resolved into something more. It became a story told in ripples and gurgles, about mountains it had traveled from, and oceans it dreamed of reaching. The stream was singing the song of journeying, of constant motion toward a distant home. Then came the rain. It began not as a storm, but as a gentle pattering, 1,000 tiny drumbeats on leaves, ferns, and fungi. Each droplet carried its own note, joining the symphony of the forest. The sound was so soft, so rhythmic, that Kaelen felt his restless thoughts begin to settle, washed clean by the melody of the shower. The scent of petrichor rose around them, rich and grounding. When the rain eased, the real magic began. All throughout the undergrowth, tiny lights began to flicker on, one by one, then by the dozens, until the forest floor was carpeted in constellations. Bioluminescent mushrooms glowed with an ethereal blue light, while fireflies drifted like living stars, weaving patterns in the air. Fallen logs became radiant bridges, and dewdrops on spiderwebs shone like diamond necklaces. "They are remembering the starlight," Alistair explained. "They drink it in by night and give it back to the earth by day. Even in darkness, there is light waiting to be kindled." As they walked on, Kaelen noticed how the stones beneath his paws seemed to hum with a deep, resonant energy. When he placed his ear against a large, flat rock veined with quartz, he felt a vibration, the slow, patient memory of the earth. It spoke of mountains rising and falling, of glaciers retreating, of epochs passing in silence. The stone's language was one of endurance and time. They reached a clearing where the moonlight fell unfiltered, illuminating a circle of ancient standing stones covered in velvety moss. In the center stood the oldest tree in the forest, a mighty yew, its trunk wide enough to shelter a family of badgers. Its branches reached toward the heavens like open arms, and its roots delved deep into the mysteries below. "This is the heartwood," Alistair said, perching on one of the low branches. "It knows the secrets of all seasons." As if in response, the yew tree's leaves began to shimmer, though there was no wind. A soft, golden light emanated from its core, and the air grew warm with a sense of profound peace. Kaelen approached slowly, his earlier restlessness completely forgotten. He felt small, but not in a frightening way. Rather, he felt part of something vast and beautiful. "Why do I feel so different here?" he whispered. The owl blinked slowly. "Because you are listening, and because you are beginning to understand." Alistair began to speak then, not with words, but with images that bloomed in Kaelen's mind. He saw the forest through the turning year, the vibrant explosion of spring blossoms, the lush green fullness of summer, the fiery brilliance of autumn, and the silent, snow-blanketed rest of winter. Each season had its purpose, its magic, its time to shine, and its time to sleep. "Rest is not idleness," Alistair's voice murmured in his thoughts. "It is the quiet necessary for renewal. The forest does not rush its becoming. It simply is, always changing, yet always itself." Kaelen understood then. His restlessness hadn't been a call to leave, but an invitation to deepen. He had been like the stream, eager to race toward some distant unknown, without appreciating the beauty of his own banks. As if in blessing, a soft wind stirred the leaves of the heartwood, creating a sound like a gentle sigh of contentment. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed brighter in response, and the fireflies gathered above them, forming a swirling galaxy of light. Kaelen curled at the base of the great yew, feeling the ancient, steady rhythm of its life against his side. The moss beneath him was softer than any bed, and the air was filled with the forest's nighttime chorus, the distant hoot of owls, the rustle of hedgehogs foraging, the whisper of leaves, and the endless, comforting murmur of the stream. Alistair watched over him, his feathered chest rising and falling in a slow, peaceful rhythm. "Remember this feeling, little one. However far you may travel, the forest's wisdom travels with you. You carry its seasons in your heart, the energy of spring, the abundance of summer, the release of autumn, and the rest of winter. They are all part of you." Kaelen felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging so complete it felt like coming home to a home he'd always had but never known. His eyes grew heavy, lulled by the symphony of nature's gentle sounds, the liquid notes of the stream, the whisper-soft wind, the occasional plip of residual rain dripping from leaves. The last thing he saw before sleep took him was the constellation of fireflies dancing above, weaving patterns of light that told stories older than time, and the wise eyes of Alistair glowing like amber moons in the dark, watching over the endless, beautiful cycle of rest and renewal. And there, under the ancient yew tree, amidst the moss-covered stones and silver moonbeams, the little fox dreamed of roots reaching deep and branches stretching high, forever connected to the magical, whispering, luminous world of elder moss. Story 8. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into that deep, velvety blue that comes just before true darkness. The logs shifted with a gentle sigh, sending up a shower of amber sparks that swirled like fireflies before vanishing into the chimney's embrace. It was on such an evening, in a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering wood, that our story begins. There lived a young boy named Kaelen, whose heart often felt as quiet and lonely as the empty chair beside him. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of forest pools, and a habit of listening more than speaking. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kaelen preferred the company of old books and the gentle murmur of the wind through the pines. But even the most content solitude can sometimes feel heavy, and on this particular evening, a soft ache of loneliness settled in his chest. As he gazed into the flames, something peculiar caught his eye. Nestled among the glowing embers was a small, smooth stone, no larger than a robin's egg. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft, warm light, glowing with the rich, deep orange of a perfect ember. It did not burn, but seemed to hold the very essence of the fire within it. Intrigued, Kaelen carefully reached into the hearth with the iron poker and nudged the stone onto the cool stone ledge. He waited for it to cool, then picked it up. The stone was warm but not hot, and it fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Its light was steady and comforting, and as he held it, the lonely feeling in his chest seemed to lessen, replaced by a curious sense of anticipation. He carried it to the window and looked out at the darkening wood. As if in response, the stone's glow brightened slightly, pulsing like a gentle, silent heartbeat. A soft tapping at the window pane made him jump. A small, flustered-looking sparrow was pecking at the glass, its feathers puffed up against the evening chill. But it wasn't looking at Kaelen. Its bright black eyes were fixed intently on the glowing stone in his hand. It tapped again, more insistently this time, then flew a short distance away, perched on a low-hanging branch and looked back, chirping as if to say, "Well, come on then." Kaelen, his curiosity now fully alight, didn't stop to think. He pulled on his warmest cloak, tucked the glowing stone safely into its pocket where it emitted a soft, reassuring warmth against his side, and slipped out into the cool evening air. The sparrow led him away from the cottage and into the embrace of the whispering wood. The path was one Kaelen knew well by daylight, but in the growing dark it felt entirely new and mysterious. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to lean in closer, their leaves rustling secrets to one another. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the sweet, decaying perfume of fallen leaves. Above, the first stars were pricking through the deep purple canvas of the sky. His little guide hopped from branch to root, always staying just ahead, its chirps a beacon in the quiet. Kaelen's stone glowed brighter the deeper they went, casting a warm circle of light around his feet, illuminating intricate mosses and shy, night-blooming flowers that closed their petals at the first touch of sunrise. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes, until they came to a part of the wood Kaelen had never seen before. Here the oldest trees formed a great living archway, their roots twisted together like sleeping serpents, and their branches woven into a dense canopy overhead. The sparrow chirped one last time and vanished into the darkness beyond the arch. Kaelen hesitated, the familiar prickle of uncertainty touching his spine. But the stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, a silent encouragement. He took a deep breath, smelling the rich, loamy air, and stepped through the archway. The world on the other side was transformed. It was not darker, but lighter, though the light did not come from the moon or stars. All around him, the forest was illuminated by soft, living glows. Delicate fungi clung to fallen logs, shining with a pale, ethereal blue. Wispy tendrils of light, like captured starlight, drifted lazily on the breeze. And fireflies, thousands of them, danced in silent, sparkling constellations above a crystal-clear stream that giggled as it tripped over smooth, water-worn stones. It was a hidden world, a secret heart of the wood, kept alive by its own gentle magic. And standing by the stream, waiting for him, was the most unexpected sight of all. It was a creature about the size of a fox, with fur the color of moss and shadow. Large, luminous eyes, the green of sunlit leaves, regarded him with a calm intelligence. Its ears were long and tufted, twitching at the sound of the bubbling water, and from its brow sprouted a pair of delicate antlers, like a young sapling's branches, from which tiny, glowing lichen dangled like lanterns. It was a wood spirit, a creature of legend that Kaelen had only ever read about in his oldest books. You found the emberstone, the creature said, its voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry leaves. It wasn't spoken aloud so much as it was felt in the mind. Kaelen, too astonished to be afraid, slowly pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it in my fire. The wood spirit nodded its graceful head. It finds its way to those who need to find their way here. My name is Kaelen. I have been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Kaelen asked, his own voice a whisper in the enchanted glade. The light of the emberstone is fading, Kaelen explained, gesturing with a slender paw towards the stone. Indeed, Kaelen now noticed that its pulse was slower, its glow a little dimmer than when he had first picked it up. It is a piece of the heart fire, the ancient source of warmth and light for this hidden grove. It must be returned to rekindle its flame, or this place, and all the magic within it, will fade into mere memory. A great responsibility settled onto Kaelen's small shoulders, but it did not feel like a burden. It felt like a purpose. The loneliness that had clung to him for so long was completely forgotten, replaced by a swelling sense of connection to this magical place and its strange, gentle guardian. How do I return it? He asked, his voice firm with newfound resolve. Kaelen's eyes glimmered. The path to the heart fire is not walked with feet alone, but with the heart. You must journey to the center of the grove. The way will be shown to you, but you must learn to see it, and you will not walk it alone. With that, Kaelen turned and began to pad softly along the bank of the glowing stream. Kaelen fell into step beside him. As they walked, the hidden world unfolded around them. They passed trees that hummed with a deep, vibrational music, and clearings where patches of moonlight-white flowers turned their faces to follow their progress. Shy, luminous creatures peered at them from behind ferns and fungi, a hedgehog with quills that shimmered like opals, a rabbit whose fur shifted with the colors of the aurora. Kaelen's initial awe settled into a deep, profound wonder. He had never felt so surrounded by life, so completely a part of something. He spoke softly to Kaelen, asking questions about the grove, and the wood spirit's answers came as gentle impressions of history, of seasons turning, of the delicate balance that held this magic together. The first challenge appeared as a wide, deep chasm that split the forest floor, spanned only by a bridge that was not made of wood or stone, but of woven shadows and light. It looked utterly insubstantial. The bridge of trust, Kaelen murmured. It will only hold one who has faith in the unseen. Kaelen's heart hammered against his ribs. He looked down into the seemingly bottomless darkness of the chasm, then at the fragile, shimmering bridge. He thought of his lonely evenings by the fire, of believing in the stories in his books even when others called them mere fantasies. He thought of the emberstone, a magic he had trusted enough to follow into the night. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, held the warm stone tightly, and stepped onto the bridge. Instead of falling, his foot met a solid, smooth surface that felt like cool glass. He opened his eyes. The bridge of light glowed brilliantly beneath his feet, strong and steady. He walked across, Kaelen gliding effortlessly beside him. Further on, they came to a section of the path shrouded in a thick, silent mist. It was a gray, soundless world that swallowed all light from the emberstone and Kaelen's antlers. Kaelen could not see his own hand in front of his face. A cold fear began to creep in. The veil of forgetting, Kaelen's voice came, faint and directionless in the fog. It confuses the senses and makes you doubt your path. You must remember why you are here. Lost in the gray, Kaelen felt the old loneliness threaten to return. What was he doing here? He was just a boy from a cottage. This was too big, too magical for him. He was about to turn back to try and find his way home, when a warmth flared in his hand. The emberstone, though its light was hidden by the mist, pulsed with a fierce, determined heat. He remembered the feeling of finding it, the kindness of the sparrow, the awe of meeting Kaelen, the beautiful, dying glade. He was not just a boy. He was their hope. He held onto that thought, a single bright point in the gray, and walked steadily forward. After a dozen steps, the mist thinned and vanished, and the luminous forest returned, more beautiful than ever. The final challenge was the most puzzling. The path simply ended at a solid wall of intertwined roots and rock, covered in glowing moss. "The way is shut," Kaelen said, his shoulders slumping. After coming so far, had he failed? Phelan sat beside him, calm as always. "Not shut, waiting. The Heartfire is not a place to be taken by force. It must be welcomed. Look not for a door, but for a key." Kaelen looked around, frustrated. There was no keyhole, no lever, nothing. He placed his hand against the cool, mossy wall. As he did, the emberstone in his other hand flared, its light shining onto the wall. Where the light touched, the moss began to change, not burning away, but transforming. It grew, weaving itself into intricate patterns that formed a perfect circle, a symbol of wholeness and connection. Understanding dawned on him. It wasn't about unlocking. It was about offering. He placed the emberstone gently into the center of the mossy circle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the symbol began to spin slowly, and the wall of roots and stone dissolved into a shower of golden pollen and soft light, revealing a passageway. Inside was a small, cavernous space, and in its center burned the Heartfire, or what was left of it. It was a pit of faint, gray ashes, with only the faintest red glow pulsing weakly at its core. The air in the chamber was cold, and the light from the glowing lichens outside did not penetrate here. It was a place on the verge of eternal night. Kaelen approached the pit, the now dull emberstone in his hand. He knew what to do. He knelt and gently placed the stone into the ashes, right at the heart of the faint glow. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. The last glow in the pit seemed to flicker and die. The chamber plunged into absolute darkness. Then a single bright spark leapt from where the stone lay. It was followed by another, and another. A soft crackle filled the silence, the most beautiful sound Kaelen had ever heard. A tiny flame, golden and perfect, sprouted from the ashes. It grew, feeding on the invisible magic in the air, climbing higher and stronger. It touched the emberstone, which flared back to life, its glow intensifying until it was brighter than the sun, before dissolving into the fire itself. The Heartfire roared to life, not with a wild, destructive fury, but with a steady, ancient, comforting warmth that flooded the chamber. Light, pure and golden, poured out of the passageway, spilling into the grove outside. Kaelen and Phelan stepped back out into the grove. The transformation was immediate and breathtaking. The blue fungi shone like sapphires, the wispy lights danced with renewed joy, and the fireflies swirled in ecstatic patterns. The very air felt warmer, richer, buzzing with restored magic. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves a more vibrant green, even in the eternal twilight of the grove. Kaelen looked at Phelan. The wood spirit's eyes were closed, and it was breathing deeply, as if drinking in the renewed energy. The tiny lanterns on its antlers burned with a fierce, joyful light. "You have done it, Kaelen," Phelan said, the rustle in Kaelen's mind now a clear, strong voice full of gratitude. "You have saved our home." "I didn't do it alone," Kaelen replied, looking around at the magical grove. "I had a guide and a friend." Phelan inclined its head. "The journey transforms the traveler as surely as the fire transforms the wood. You came here with a lonely heart, seeking light. You leave with a heart full of connection, having become the light for others." Kaelen realized it was true. The emptiness he had felt was gone, not because this place had filled it, but because the journey had shown him that his own heart was capable of great things, of trust, of courage, of friendship. He had grown. the journey back through the grove was a celebration. The luminous creatures no longer hid but came out to line the path, bowing their heads or chirping their thanks as he passed. The bridge of trust was now a permanent, brilliant arc of solid light. The veil of forgetting had dissipated entirely. When they reached the archway of ancient trees, Kaelen knew it was time to go home. The world outside would be waiting, and the first hints of dawn would soon be tinting the sky. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked Phelan, a touch of sadness in his voice. Phelan nudged his hand with a soft, mossy head. "The path is always here for those who know how to see it. You carry the warmth of the heart fire within you now. You will never truly be lonely again. And remember," it added with a twinkle in its large green eyes, "sparrows are excellent messengers." With a final, grateful stroke of Phelan's soft fur, Kaelen stepped back through the archway. The familiar path through the whispering woods seemed different. The trees were just trees again, the sounds were those of a normal forest at night, but he felt different. He saw the beauty in the ordinary, the intricate pattern of bark, the clever architecture of a spider's web jeweled with dew, the friendly hoot of an owl. He arrived back at his cottage just as the first sliver of sun peeked over the distant hills. The fire in the hearth had burned down to cold ashes. But Kaelen didn't feel the cold. He felt a warmth that came from within. He sat in his chair by the dead fire, not with loneliness but with a peaceful contentment, replaying the night's wonders in his mind. As the sun rose properly, filling the room with a new, golden light, a familiar tap came at the window. The little sparrow was back. It hopped onto the windowsill and dropped something through a gap in the frame. It landed with a soft click on the floor. Kaelen picked it up. It was a single, perfect acorn cap, and nestled inside it was a tiny piece of glowing lichen, like the ones that had dangled from Phelan's antlers. It pulsed with a soft, steady green light. He placed it on the mantelpiece, where it shone like a miniature star, a permanent reminder of his friend and the hidden world that thrived just beyond the edge of sight. He knew then that every story in his books was possibly true, that magic was real, and that the greatest journeys often begin with a single step taken in trust, and end with a heart warmed by friendship. And as the new day dawned, full of ordinary wonders, Kaelen smiled, curled up in his chair, and finally drifted into a deep and restful sleep, his dreams filled with the gentle light of glowing groves and the soft, rustling voice of a true friend. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it would remain, a steady fire in his heart forever. Story 9. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumina. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumina's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumina's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's 3 suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumin. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumin's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learn that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. Story 10. The little village of Whispering Pines was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary lived side by side, like friendly neighbors sharing a pot of tea. It was a village of cobblestone paths that glistened after a gentle rain, of gardens where flowers sometimes hummed along with the bees, and of a grand, ancient clock tower whose chimes didn't just tell the time, but seemed to weave it into the very fabric of the air. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the misty mountains, painting the sky in shades of lavender and peach, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the soft, golden glow would dance in the windows, a constellation of warmth on the earth. Our story begins on one such evening, with a young woman named Alara. She was the village stargazer and keeper of tales, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that listened as much as it wondered. She spent her days tending the community library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper, dried lavender, and the faint, sweet scent of the honey cakes Mrs. Higgins from next door always brought over. Her nights were spent on the flat roof of her cottage, a woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her brass telescope pointed at the heavens, charting the familiar dance of the constellations. But on this night, as the last chime of the clock tower faded into the velvety dark, Alara noticed something was amiss. The sky, usually a glittering tapestry woven with silver threads, had a hole in it. A small but distinct patch of darkness where the delicate, kite-shaped pattern of the stargazer's lyre should have been. 4 of its stars were simply gone. A soft, puzzled sound escaped her lips, a whisper carried away by the breeze that rustled the wind chimes hanging from her eaves. They tinkled a gentle, questioning melody. Where did they go? They seemed to chime. Where did they go? The next morning, the village was abuzz with the peculiar news. It wasn't just Alara who had noticed. Old Man Hemlock, who believed the stars were holes poked in the sky by mischievous angels, declared they'd been patched up. The baker's children were certain a giant had reached down and plucked them out to use as sugar lumps for his celestial tea. But beneath the whimsical theories, a thread of unease hummed. The stars of the lyre were part of their oldest nursery rhyme, sung to every child at bedtime. Find the lyre strung so high, 4 bright stars within the sky. 1 for courage, 1 for grace, 1 for time, 1 for place. If they ever fade from view, a kindness lost is your first clue. Alara decided this was a mystery that needed solving, not with worry, but with gentle curiosity. She began her investigation where all good searches in Whispering Pines began, the archives of the odd and curious, a special nook in her library. She pored over star charts drawn on faded parchment and scrolls of poetry written by long-ago villagers. She found a map of the woodland paths drawn by a child a century past, with fanciful illustrations in the margins. In one corner, near a drawing of a badger wearing a waistcoat, was a tiny, crudely drawn lyre. Her first clue. Following the old map, Alara ventured into the Whispering Wood. The air was cool and dappled with sunlight, smelling of damp earth, pine needles, and the sweet, almost sugary scent of the peculiar color-cloaked blossoms that changed hue from dawn to dusk. The forest was alive with its own soft music, the rustle of unseen creatures, the drip-drip of leftover rain from the leaves, and the distant, harmonious ringing of the village clock tower marking the quarter hour. Her search led her to a clearing where the flowers were a deep, thoughtful blue. In the center stood a badger set, and outside it, looking rather perplexed, was a badger. Not in a waistcoat, but with a distinctive silver-tipped ruff of fur. He was nudging a small, smooth, gray stone with his nose. It looked utterly ordinary. A red herring, perhaps. But Alara knelt, her movements slow and unthreatening. "Hello there," she said softly. "Have you seen anything unusual, something that fell perhaps, something that glitters?" The badger looked at her with intelligent, dark eyes, gave a soft huff, and nudged the stone again. Then he trundled back into his set, leaving it behind. Alara picked it up. It was warm from the sun and surprisingly heavy. It wasn't a star, but it felt significant. She tucked it into her pocket, a mystery for later. The next day brought another oddity. Young Finn, the clockmaker's apprentice, came running to the library, out of breath. "Alara, the tower clock, it's singing the wrong song." They hurried to the square. The villagers had gathered, looking up at the magnificent clock face. Its chimes for noon were usually a bright, ascending scale. But today the notes were falling in a slow, melancholy descent. It was the reverse of the usual tune. Backwards flowing time, indeed. Alara listened, her head tilted. The mournful melody tugged at a memory. It was the tune from the nursery rhyme, played in reverse. "A kindness lost is your first clue," the words echoed in her mind. What kindness had been lost? She thought of the badger and the stone. She thought of the backwards melody. She thought of the old map with its drawing of the lyre. Pieces began to click together, not with a loud snap, but with the soft, satisfying sound of a well-fitting puzzle piece. That evening, she didn't go to her rooftop. Instead, she followed the path on the old map deeper into the woods, to a place called the Glimmerfall, a small waterfall that cascaded over mossy rocks into a crystal-clear pool. As twilight deepened, the water seemed to hold onto the last of the day's light, making the entire grotto shimmer. And there, on a flat stone by the water's edge, sat the village's oldest resident, Serafina, who was said to whisper with the wind and understand the language of stones. She was humming the backwards tune from the clock tower. "Hello, my dear," Serafina said, her voice like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Looking for something that fell." Alara sat beside her, the peace of the place seeping into her bones. The only sounds were the gentle plink-plonk of the waterfall and the chorus of evening frogs. "The stars from the lyre," Alara said. "And I think it has to do with a lost kindness." Serafina smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She pointed a bony finger at the pool. "The sky shows us what we need to see, but sometimes it is merely a reflection of what is happening below." Alara looked into the water. The darkening sky was mirrored perfectly on its still surface. And there, in the reflection, she saw it. The 4 stars of the lyre were not missing. They were shining up from the depths of the pool, their light wavering gently beneath the water. She gasped. "They are in the water." "Not the stars themselves," Serafina corrected gently. "Their light, their memory. A long, long time ago, a great kindness was done in this very spot. A life was saved, a promise was kept. The joy of that moment was so pure, so bright, that the stars themselves leaned down to see, and their reflection was caught in the water, forever a part of this place. But memories fade if they are not tended. The story was forgotten. The kindness was lost to time, and so the reflection began to weaken." Alara understood. The clock tower, tied to the flow of time, was singing backwards, a lament for a forgotten past. The badger, a guardian of the old ways, had tried to show her a piece of that history, the stone from the Glimmerfall, smoothed by time and water. The nursery rhyme had held the truth all along. A kindness lost is your first clue. How do we bring them back? Alara asked. By remembering, Serafina said simply. By sharing the story. Light calls to light. Alara hurried back to the village, her heart pounding not with fear, but with excitement. She went to the town square and climbed the steps of the clock tower. She didn't ring the bell, but she stood where everyone could see her, and as the villagers gathered, curious, she began to speak. She told them the story Serafina had shared with her. She told them of the brave child who, generations ago, had followed a lost badger cub into the woods and found it trapped by a fallen branch right here by the Glimmerfall. How the child had stayed all night, keeping the frightened cub warm and calm, singing to it the very nursery rhyme they all knew, until help arrived at dawn. It was a simple act of compassion that had woven itself into the magic of their home. As she spoke, something magical happened. Lanterns were lit in windows. Then villagers began to bring their own lanterns into the square, holding them aloft. The baker's children started to sing the nursery rhyme, their voices small and clear. Others joined in. Soon the entire square was bathed in a warm, golden glow, and the air was filled with their united, gentle singing. Find the lyre strung so high. 4 bright stars within the sky. High above, Alara looked up. One by one, the stars of the stargazer's lyre winked back into existence, burning brighter than ever before, their silver light mingling with the golden light of the lanterns below. The clock tower, as if sighing in contentment, chimed the correct, ascending melody for the evening hour, its notes clear and joyful. The mystery was solved. The stars had never been truly gone, their light had only dimmed, waiting for the village below to rekindle its own light of community and shared memory. The peculiar happenings had not been a cause for alarm, but an invitation to remember, to connect, and to shine. That night, the people of Whispering Pines didn't retreat immediately to their homes. They shared honey cakes and stories under the brilliantly lit sky. They laughed and talked, their community feeling closer and warmer than it had in years. The red herrings had led to delightful discoveries, a deeper friendship with the creatures of the wood, a renewed appreciation for their history, and the comforting knowledge that their home was a place where even missing stars could be found again through kindness and remembrance. And as Alara finally climbed onto her rooftop, wrapped in her blanket, she looked through her telescope not to search, but to admire. The lyre was complete, its 4 stars shining with a newfound warmth. The gentle night breeze played its familiar, soothing tune on the wind chimes, and the soft sound of the clock tower chiming in the distance was a lullaby for the whole village. All was well. The world was cozy and kind and full of gentle magic, waiting just outside your window if you only knew how to listen. And with that comforting thought, the village of whispering pines and all who dream of it drifted into a peaceful, starlit sleep. Story 11. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof tiles were the color of cinnamon and the window boxes overflowed with fragrant thyme, lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo's favorite place in all the world was the attic, a dusty, sun-drenched space that smelled of old books and dried lavender. It was a kingdom of forgotten things, where sunlight fell in golden pillars through a round window, and the only sounds were the soft cooing of doves on the roof and the occasional creak of the old house settling. One rainy afternoon, with the gentle pit-pat of drops against the window pane, Leo decided to explore a large, leather-bound trunk tucked beneath the eaves. Its brass clasps were tarnished green with age, and when opened, it released a sigh of cedar and memories. Inside, folded with care, were embroidered tablecloths, bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, and a child's wooden rocking horse, its paint worn smooth. And there, nestled in a corner as if waiting, was a magnifying glass. It was no ordinary magnifying glass. Its handle was carved from dark, polished wood, warm to the touch, and the lens itself seemed to hold a captive shimmer, like a drop of morning dew. Curious, Leo lifted it and peered through the glass. The world did not simply grow larger. It transformed. Dust motes dancing in a sunbeam became tiny, glowing fairies waltzing to silent music. The grain of the wooden floorboards revealed miniature forests with rivers of amber sap. And there, sitting primly on the edge of the trunk, was a mouse. But through the lens, Leo could see he wore a tiny waistcoat of patchwork velvet and spectacles perched on his nose. "Well now," the mouse said, his voice a soft, rustling sound like pages turning. "It's been an age since someone found old Theodorus's looking glass. I am Alistair, keeper of small truths, and you must be the new seeker." Leo, too astonished to be afraid, lowered the glass. The mouse was just a mouse again. But when he raised it once more, Alistair adjusted his spectacles and gave a kindly smile. "This glass," Alistair explained, "does not merely magnify what is small. It reveals the true heart of things, the stories hidden in the grain of wood, the memories sleeping in forgotten objects, the courage tucked away in quiet hearts. But its greatest magic requires a journey." A journey. Leo whispered, their own voice feeling very small in the vast, quiet attic. "Not one measured in miles," Alistair said gently. "But in understanding. You see, the glass has a companion." He pointed a tiny paw toward a dark corner where an old, tarnished handbell lay, half buried under a skein of wool. "The silver sentinel. It has been silent for many years. Its chime is meant to ring with clarity and joy, but now it is clouded with sorrow. To restore it, you must find what it has lost." And so Leo's gentle adventure began, not by leaving the attic, but by journeying deeper into its secrets, with the magnifying glass in one hand and the silent bell in the other. Their first helper was a large, fluffy ginger cat named Barnaby, who had been napping in a pool of sunlight. Woken by their whispers, he stretched, his purr a low, contented rumble like a distant thunderstorm. The sentinel, eh? Barnaby mused, blinking his large, amber eyes. Through the glass, Leo could see he wore a captain's hat, slightly askew. Used to ring every evening without fail, a beautiful, clear tone that told all the creatures of the house that all was well. Then it just stopped, grew sad. He nudged the bell with his paw. It gave a dull, hollow clunk instead of a ring. I believe its song is hiding, scared perhaps. How does a song hide? Leo asked. In memories, rustled Alastair from Leo's shoulder. In things that were loved and then forgotten. Guided by the magnifying glass, the world of the attic unfolded into a magical landscape. A forgotten doll's house became a grand palace, its tiny inhabitants frozen mid-celebration. A stack of books became a canyon of layered stories, their whispers rising like mist. They searched under mountains of quilts and sailed across a sea of scattered buttons in a paper boat. Their second helper was found in a birdcage, though its door had long been open. She was a porcelain figurine of a hummingbird, so coated in dust she looked like a little ghost. Leo gently polished her with a soft cloth until she gleamed. With a soft whirring sound, she came to life, hovering in the air, her wings a shimmering blur. I am Pip, she chimed in a voice like tiny, ringing bells. I remember the song. It was bright and warm like honey in sunlight. It loved the little things most of all. Pip zipped ahead, leading them to a forgotten corner behind a rolled-up rug. There, in a small wooden box, was a collection of treasures. A smooth, white stone, a single blue feather, a curl of silver ribbon, and a photograph of a young woman laughing, her hand resting on the very trunk Leo had explored. Leo lifted the photograph and peered at it through the glass. The image seemed to breathe. The woman's smile widened and her eyes sparkled. Leo could almost hear her laughter, and underneath it, the clear, joyful ring of the silver sentinel. She was the first seeker, Alastair said softly. Theodorus's daughter, she would ring the bell every evening to say that the day was done and all was safe and sound. She grew up as people do and moved away. The house grew quiet. The sentinel missed her. The challenge was not to find a thing, but to understand a feeling. The bell was not broken, it was lonely. Its song was not lost, but waiting for a new reason to be sung. Leo understood then. The journey was not about bravery in the face of monsters, but the courage to care for something old and sad, to offer it a new kind of love. With a heart full of this newfound courage, Leo picked up the sentinel. It felt cool and heavy. They did not shake it wildly. Instead, they held it with great care, thinking not of the woman in the photograph, but of the cozy attic, the loyal friends they had made, the safe and quiet joy of a rainy afternoon spent discovering wonders. They thought of the promise of ringing it now, for a new time, for a new family of treasures and keepers. They gave the bell a gentle, patient swing. It did not ring immediately. There was a moment of silence, a held breath. Then a soft, hesitant ting whispered through the attic air. It was followed by another, clearer one. Then another until the bell found its voice again, a pure silver note that spiraled through the dust motes and sunbeams, echoing off the rafters. It was a sound that spoke of comfort, of stories shared, of a day well ended. As the note faded into a soft, singing hum, a wonderful thing happened. The magnifying glass in Leo's other hand grew warm, and its captured shimmer flowed out, weaving through the attic like golden thread. It touched the doll's house, and for a moment laughter echoed from within. It touched the books, and their whispers became a happy sigh. It settled over all of them, Leo, Alastair, Barnaby, and Pip, and filled the attic with a deep, profound peace. The bell was rung. The song was found. The journey was complete. Leo placed the silver sentinel carefully on the windowsill, where the evening sun could warm it. They placed the magnifying glass beside it, knowing its magic would always be there when needed, to see the extraordinary truth in ordinary things. Barnaby curled into a fluffy circle, his purring a soft counterpoint to the settling house. Alistair retreated to his corner with a contented rustle, and Pip came to rest on the edge of the bell, her wings still humming a soft, sleepy tune. Leo sat amongst them, listening to the gentle drip-drop of the ending rain outside and the warm, safe silence within. They had traveled far without taking a single step, discovering that the greatest adventures are measured not in miles, but in the courage to be kind, and that the most powerful magic is often found in helping something lost find its way home again. And as the fire in the hearth downstairs crackled its own cozy lullaby, the attic, full of friends and newfound song, was the safest, most wonderful place in all the world. Story 12. In the heart of the world, where the air hummed with ancient secrets, and the soil remembered the footsteps of forgotten ages, lay the Whispering Woods. This was no ordinary forest. By day it appeared as a tangle of green and brown, beautiful but quiet. But when the sun dipped below the horizon and the first silver moonbeam pierced the canopy, the forest awoke in a symphony of soft light and softer sound. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling restless. He had burrowed into his nest of dried ferns and moss, but sleep would not come. A peculiar sensation, a gentle tugging in his heart, drew him to the forest's deepest glen, a place where the elders said the trees themselves sang on nights when the moon was full. Pip trundled along a path paved with luminous pebbles that glowed with a soft, blue light, guiding his way. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and the sweet, musty perfume of decaying leaves, a fragrance that spoke of endings and beginnings all at once. Above, the leaves of the ancient oaks and willows rustled, not with wind, but with whispered conversations. If one listened closely, and Pip did, they told stories of rains that had nourished them and suns that had warmed them. He soon reached the bank of the crystal brook, a stream that didn't merely babble but hummed a low, resonant tune. Its water, clear as polished glass, flowed over stones worn smooth by centuries. Each stone, if placed against one's ear, held a memory, the pitter-patter of a long-ago rainfall, the joyful splash of a kingfisher, or the deep, patient sigh of the earth itself. Pip paused, dipping his paw into the water. A sensation of profound calm flowed up his leg, and the brook's hum seemed to say, "All is well. You are where you are meant to be." His journey led him next to a clearing he had never seen before. It was carpeted in moss so thick and soft it felt like a velvet blanket under his paws. In the center stood a tree so ancient its trunk was wider than 10 badgers lying nose to tail. This was Grandfather Oak, his bark gnarled and wise, his branches stretching so high they seemed to comb the stars from the sky. Upon one of his lower branches, nearly blending into the shadows, sat a great horned owl. Her name was Serena, and her feathers were the color of twilight and moss. Her eyes, large and luminous, held the patience of the moon. "You are early, little seeker," Serena said, her voice a soft, feathered hoot that vibrated in the air like a plucked harp string. "The glimmer moths have not yet begun their dance." Pip bowed his head respectfully. "I felt a calling, Elder Serena, a restlessness, as if I've forgotten something important." Serena blinked slowly. "The forest remembers what we forget. It speaks in the language of rustle and ripple, of scent and silence. Tonight is the night of gentle turning, when the season begins to shift from the fullness of summer to the contemplation of autumn. It is a night of mild melancholy, a necessary sadness that makes room for new dreams. Your heart is simply listening to the turning." As she spoke, the first of the glimmer moths emerged from the ferns. They were no larger than Pip's nose, but their wings dusted the air with a pale, greenish-gold light. They began to spiral in a silent, mesmerizing dance, their flight paths painting glowing patterns in the dark air. Then the bioluminescent fungi that clung to Grandfather Oak's roots began to pulse in response, a slow, rhythmic heartbeat of soft blue and violet light. "Watch," Serena whispered, and listen not with your ears, but with your spirit. Pip settled onto the moss, his restlessness beginning to melt away under the spectacle. The clearing was now alive with light and sound. The gentle patter-patter of a light spring rain began, though no clouds obscured the starry sky. It was the trees, recalling a favorite shower and sharing its memory, each drop a silver chime against the leaves. A soft breeze carrying the scent of lavender and pine wound its way through the clearing, causing the leaves above to release a soothing, sighing whisper, a natural lullaby. From between the roots of grandfather oak, a figure emerged. It was an old fox, her fur silvered at the muzzle, her eyes holding the deep amber warmth of harvested honey. This was Alara, the keeper of seasonal lore. She moved with a silent grace that belied her age, and settled beside Pip. "You feel the world preparing to rest, little one," Alara said, her voice a gentle rasp, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone. "It worries you, you see the vibrancy of summer beginning to dim, and you fear the quiet and the cold." Pip nodded, a small shiver running through his spines. "It feels like a loss." "Ah," Alara breathed, and a firefly alighted on her nose, its light flickering in time with her words. "But it is not an ending, it is a drawing in, a deep, nourishing breath. Watch the glimmer moths, their dance is beautiful, yes." "Yes," Pip whispered. "And yet it will end, their light will fade as the night deepens. They will settle on the leaves and become still, but in that stillness they are not gone. They are storing the magic of this night within themselves so that they may gift it to their offspring next season. The forest is not dying, it is dreaming, and dreams are where the deepest magic is woven." As if to prove her point, a shower of sparkling dust, released by the moths, drifted down around them like warm snow. Where it landed on the moss, tiny star-shaped flowers bloomed instantly, emitting a soft, vanilla scent. "The secret," Serena added from her branch, "is to learn the language of this change. The trees do not fear the falling leaf, they understand it is a promise to return. The stream does not mourn the stone it smooths, it celebrates the beautiful song they create together. Your restlessness is not a fear of the unknown, but a recognition of the cycle. You are a part of it." Pip looked around the clearing, now seeing it with new eyes. The gentle rainfall memory was a blessing, not a goodbye. The sighing wind was a lullaby for the world, preparing it for a much-needed slumber. The glowing moths and fungi were not just lights in the dark, but keepers of hope, tiny beacons assuring all that light returns. His heart, which had felt so tight and uneasy, now felt expansive and peaceful. The subtle tension melted away, replaced by a profound sense of belonging. He was a note in the forest's nightly song, a stitch in its endless, cycling tapestry. "Thank you," he said to the wise ones, his voice thick with emotion. "I understand now." Alara nuzzled the top of his head with her warm nose. "Then your journey was a success. Carry this wisdom back to your nest. Let it warm you through the coming season. Remember this night when the world grows quiet, and know that beneath the silence, the magic is merely sleeping, dreaming of renewal." With a final, soft hoot from Serena and a flick of her tail from Alara, the elders retreated into the shadows of the great tree. The glimmer moths settled, their lights dimming to a soft ember glow. The memory rain ceased, and the humming of the brook softened to a contented murmur. Pip made his way back home, the luminous stones now feeling like old friends lighting his path. The rustling leaves seemed to whisper, "Safe travels, little dreamer." The world was indeed turning toward rest, but it was a gentle, kindly turn, filled with its own unique beauty and purpose. He reached his nest of ferns and moss just as the first hint of lilac began to lighten the eastern sky. He curled into a tight ball, the scents of vanilla blooms and damp earth clinging to his spines. His restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep and comforting certainty. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the last thing he heard was the distant, loving sigh of the whispering woods, a soothing promise that all was, and always would be, well. The forest was dreaming, and so at last was he. Story 13. In the velvet expanse between constellations, where stardust gathers like forgotten dreams, there drifted a small space station shaped like a spiraling seashell. Its name was Haven, and it was a place where travelers from distant stars could rest their weary souls. It was here in the station's heart, a garden dome where Earth's flora met alien blossoms, that two unlikely beings found each other. Zorblax was from a world where beings communicated through shifting patterns of light across their crystalline skin. His form resembled a collection of overlapping quartz petals that chimed softly when he moved, and his thoughts manifested as ripples of cerulean blue or sunny gold across his surface. He had come to Haven to study the rare singing ferns that grew nowhere else in the known galaxies. Then there was Miko, a being from a planet of perpetual twilight, where inhabitants expressed themselves through delicate harmonies that hummed from the hollows of their beings. Miko resembled a softly glowing lantern made of woven moonlight, with tendrils that swayed like sea grass in gentle currents. Her voice was a melody that could calm stormy atmospheres and make flowers turn their faces toward her. They met one evening in the garden dome, beneath the artificial twilight that Haven's caretakers had programmed to please all species. Zorblax was attempting to encourage a stubborn moonbloom to open its silver petals, his skin flashing frustrated streaks of orange. Miko drifted nearby, her harmonic hum curious and questioning. When Zorblax turned, his light patterns accidentally flashed a frequency that meant danger, retreat, in his culture. Miko, misunderstanding, responded with a defensive chord that made the nearby crystal shrubs shiver. For a moment they both froze, Zorblax glowing embarrassed magenta, Miko humming a confused, wavering note. Then something wonderful happened. A floating pollen spore from a nearby star orchid drifted between them, glowing with soft bioluminescence. Zorblax instinctively lit up in the exact same shade of gentle green. Miko, delighted, matched the hue with a perfect harmonic tone. They had found their first shared word, beautiful. Thus began their cosmic friendship. They discovered that by combining their ways of being, Zorblax's colors and Miko's harmonies, they could create a new language altogether. Zorblax would glow soft violet, and Miko would answer with a deep resonant tone that meant, I understand. When Miko hummed a questioning melody, Zorblax would respond with swirling gold patterns meaning, I'm listening. Their favorite place became a corner of the garden dome they claimed as their own. Beneath a canopy of weeping star vines that shed gentle light like liquid constellations, they arranged cushions of memory moss that adapted to whatever being rested upon them. Zorblax brought glowing crystals from his homeworld that pulsed in time with heartbeat rhythms. Miko hung wind chimes made of frozen starlight that sang when air circulated through the garden. Together, they had created a sanctuary within a sanctuary. Of course, misunderstandings still occurred, as they always do between friends from different worlds. One afternoon, Zorblax arranged his crystals in a spiral pattern that in his culture meant you are cherished. Miko, thinking it was an invitation to play, began rearranging them into a pattern that meant joyful dance in her tradition. Zorblax initially glowed disappointed gray, until Miko hummed an explanation and showed him how the crystals could be arranged to mean both things simultaneously. Their laughter manifested as Zorblax's skin sparkling like champagne bubbles, and Miko's harmonics skipping like stones across water. Another time, Miko offered Zorblax what she considered the greatest delicacy, a nectar from twilight blossoms that she carried in a hollow reed. When Zorblax consumed it, his entire being turned temporarily polka-dotted, and he emitted surprised chimes. The nectar was mildly intoxicating to his biology. Rather than being upset, they spent the afternoon watching Zorblax's colors shift unpredictably, while Miko composed a symphony to match his accidental art. Their deepest connection came during Haven's nightly star viewing hour, when the dome's ceiling became transparent to reveal the cosmic tapestry beyond. They would settle in their special corner, Zorblax's crystalline form reflecting the starlight, Miko humming soft harmonies that seemed to harmonize with the universe's own music. During one such evening, as a nebula painted the sky in watercolor hues of violet and rose, Zorblax began glowing in a new pattern, slow pulses of indigo interspersed with silver. Miko understood immediately that he was feeling homesick. In response, she hummed a melody that incorporated the lonely cry of the comets that passed through her homeworld's skies. They sat together in shared melancholy, until Zorblax slowly began to glow the warm gold of gratitude, and Miko answered with harmonics of companionship. The weeks turned into months, and their friendship deepened like roots seeking underground streams. They learned to read each other's moods without any communication at all, the slight dimming of Zorblax's light when he was thoughtful, the almost imperceptible vibration of Miko's form when she was concerned. One cycle, a solar storm disrupted Haven's systems, causing the lights to flicker and the temperature to drop. Many residents retreated to their quarters, but Zorblax and Miko stayed in their garden corner. Zorblax glowed brighter to provide warmth and light, while Miko hummed stabilizing frequencies that calmed the trembling plants. They created their own pocket of peace in the temporary chaos, their combined presence a testament to what they had built together. When the storm passed, the station's caretakers found them nestled together, Zorblax's light patterns slowly cycling through peaceful colors, Miko humming a lullaby that made the newly bloomed flowers sway in appreciation. In that moment, the caretakers understood that Haven's true purpose wasn't just to provide shelter, but to create opportunities for such connections to blossom. As their time on Haven drew to a close, Zorblax's research complete, Miko's musical studies finished, they faced their final evening together with the quiet acceptance of beings who know that some connections transcend time and space. They settled in their special corner for one last star viewing. The ceiling revealed a particularly brilliant display, a dance of asteroids painting silver trails across the velvet darkness. Zorblax glowed a pattern that meant, "This moment is perfect." Miko answered with a harmonic that meant, "You have changed me forever." Then, without planning, they created their masterpiece. Zorblax began cycling through every color they had discovered together, while Miko composed a symphony that mirrored each hue in sound. Amber for laughter, sapphire for quiet understanding, emerald for growth, rose for affection. The garden itself seemed to lean in to witness this final collaboration. When their performance ended, they simply sat together, watching the stars wheel overhead. No more communication was needed. They had said everything in their shared language of light and sound, of color and harmony, of friendship that needed no translation. As dawn's cycle approached on the station, Zorblax glowed a soft pattern that meant, "I will carry you with me." Miko responded with a harmonic that meant, "And I you." They touched briefly, Zorblax's crystalline surface against Miko's glowing form, and in that contact something permanent passed between them, the unshakable knowledge that across the vastness of space they would always have a friend. Long after they had returned to their respective worlds, the caretakers kept their garden corner exactly as they left it. Sometimes residents would report seeing strange phenomena there, lights that pulsed in unusual patterns, harmonies that seemed to come from nowhere, or the distinct feeling of being in the presence of a beautiful, ongoing conversation. And if you ever find yourself on Haven Station during star viewing hour, and you sit in that special corner beneath the weeping star vines, you might just feel it too. The lingering warmth of a friendship that proved that across species, across galaxies, across ways of being, kindness is the universal language that needs no words, only open hearts ready to listen in whatever form that takes. Story 14. In the village of Glimmerbrook, where cobblestones glistened like scattered pearls after gentle rain, and the air always carried the sweet scent of honey blossoms, there lived a quiet baker named Rowan. His days were measured by the warm, yeasty rhythms of his ovens, and the soft chime of the village clock tower marking each hour with a melody of silver bells. But one evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, something peculiar happened. The stars began to disappear. It started with the Little Dipper. Old Finn, who sat on his porch every night with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed it first. "The ladle's gone," he murmured, squinting at the darkening sky. "Just poured itself away." Soon others noticed too. The archer lost his bow. The swan shed its brightest feathers. Each night another constellation vanished, leaving behind patches of empty, velvety darkness. Rowan observed the growing concern from his bakery window, his kind eyes thoughtful. He wasn't one for grand speeches or hurried actions. He preferred to watch, to listen, to understand. While others whispered about mischievous spirits or a sky sickness, Rowan noticed something else. The missing stars always seemed to vanish after the clock tower chimed 9, just as the wind chimes in the village square began their evening song. He remembered an old nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing, her voice soft as thistledown. "When the clock sings 9, the starlings twine, to gather the light of the silver pine. Follow the notes where the chimes are cast, to find what was lost in evenings past." Most dismissed it as a nonsense verse, but Rowan felt a stir of curiosity. That night, as the clock tower began its 9 o'clock melody, he stepped outside. The air was cool and carried the gentle patter of a recent drizzle. Instead of looking up at the darkening sky, he looked around. And he noticed something he'd never paid mind to before. The wind chimes weren't just making random music. They echoed the exact notes of the clock tower's song, as if answering its call. He followed the sound, his boots whispering over damp cobblestones. The chimes led him to the edge of the village, where the woods began. Here the silver pines grew tall, their needles shimmering even in the faint moonlight. And beneath the largest pine something glimmered. Rowan bent down and found a single perfect dewdrop hanging from a low branch, and inside it, a tiny captured star pulsing with soft light. But this was only one. Where were the others? The next day, Rowan shared his discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical. Granny Mabel, who kept bees in her garden, insisted it was the work of the midnight moths, giant insects she claimed stole shiny things. Her theory sent a group of children and a few adventurous adults scrambling through the meadows with butterfly nets, only to return with pockets full of fireflies and a newfound appreciation for the night's tiny wonders. Another red herring came from young Liam, the clockmaker's apprentice, who was convinced the stars were falling into the village well. "They're reflecting in the water," he exclaimed. For an entire afternoon, villagers took turns peering into the deep, dark water, only to see the concerned faces of their neighbors, and to everyone's delight, the lost, ancient carving of a heart with 2 sets of initials, a forgotten token of love from generations past. Though these diversions didn't find the stars, they brought smiles and stories, knitting the community closer with each shared guess and giggle. Rowan, however, kept listening. He realized the nursery rhyme spoke of starlings, not just the bird, but perhaps a play on words. That evening, he waited again under the silver pine. And as the clock struck 9 and the wind chimes answered, he heard a soft, rustling flutter. Above him, a flock of starlings swept down, their wings reflecting what little light remained. But these were no ordinary birds. Their feathers gleamed with a celestial shimmer, and each carried a tiny, glowing spark in its beak. They didn't fly upward toward the empty sky, but deeper into the woods, along a path Rowan had always known but never taken. He followed, his heart calm and curious. The path wound between ancient oaks and whispering ferns, and the only sounds were his own quiet footsteps and the distant, gentle rush of a stream. At last he emerged into a small, hidden glen he'd never seen before. And there he understood everything. In the center of the glen stood a young starling, its wing bent awkwardly. Around it, the other starlings had gathered, placing the captured starlights on the soft moss around their injured friend. The little lights pulsed gently, illuminating the glen with a soft, blue-silver radiance. The injured bird was nestled in their warmth, soothed by their glow. Rowan watched, his breath catching in his throat. The starlings hadn't stolen the stars out of mischief. They were using their light to comfort and heal one of their own. He approached slowly, his movements gentle so as not to startle them. The starlings watched him with bright, intelligent eyes, but did not fly away. He knelt beside the injured bird and saw that its wing was only tangled in a thorny vine. With careful, patient fingers, he loosened the vine, whispering soft words of reassurance. The starling remained still, trusting him. Once free, it stretched its wing, testing it cautiously. Then with a joyful chirp, it fluttered up to a low branch, perfectly healed. As if in gratitude, the starlings began to lift the tiny stars into the air. One by one, they carried them back toward the sky, returning them to their rightful places. Rowan stood in the glen, watching as the constellations slowly reappeared, the Dipper, the Archer, the Swan, each star settling into its familiar spot, shining even brighter than before. When he returned to the village, he didn't speak of what he'd done with pride, but simply shared what he'd learned. The villagers gathered in the square, listening under the now complete tapestry of stars. And from that night on, every time the clock chimed 9 and the wind chimes echoed its song, the people of Glimmerbrook would pause and smile, knowing the starlings were singing back. They began leaving small offerings of shiny beads and polished stones near the silver pines, which the starlings sometimes took to adorn their nests. And once a year, on the clearest night of autumn, the whole village would venture into the starlit glen with lanterns and blankets, sharing stories and honey cakes beneath the very stars they'd once thought lost. Rowan would always sit a little apart, content to watch and listen, to the whisper of the wind through the pines, the gentle chime of the distant clock tower, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of his sleeping neighbors, safe under a sky full of light. Story 15. In the quiet corners of an old house, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, there lived a boy named Leo who was afraid of the dark. Not the gentle twilight that painted the world in lavender and gold, but the deep, swallowing darkness that came after the last candle was blown out. Each evening, as shadows stretched their long fingers across his bedroom walls, Leo's heart would beat a little faster, and he would pull the covers up to his chin, waiting for sunrise. One rainy afternoon, while the world outside dripped and whispered, Leo's grandmother asked him to fetch an old quilt from the attic. "The blue one with the silver thread, dear," she said, her voice soft as worn velvet. "It's tucked away in the cedar chest." The attic was a place of whispers and memories. Leo climbed the creaking stairs slowly, the scent of aged wood and dried lavender greeting him like an old friend. Rain pattered gently on the roof above, a soothing rhythm that almost made him forget his unease. There, beneath the single round window, sat the cedar chest, its surface carved with faded stars and moons. As Leo lifted the lid, the fragrance of cedar and thyme rose to meet him. He found the quilt soft and heavy, but as he gathered it into his arms, something small and smooth tumbled from its folds and rolled across the floorboards. It was a music box no larger than his palm, carved from dark wood and inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured starlight. Curious, Leo wound the tiny key on its side. Instead of music, a soft, golden light spilled from its seams, and the lid slowly lifted on its own. Inside there was no ballerina but a miniature landscape, a forest of silver trees, a path of crushed moonstone, and at its center, a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Click. Whirr. From the keyhole emerged a voice, gentle as dandelion fluff. "Hello," it said. "Have you come to help us find the light?" Leo nearly dropped the box. "Who's there?" I am the keeper of the box, the voice replied. Long ago, a piece of starlight was lost in these woods, and without it, the world inside grows colder each night. We need someone brave enough to follow the path and return it to its place. Leo swallowed. I'm not brave, he confessed. I'm afraid of the dark. Then you are exactly who we need, the voice said kindly. For only those who understand darkness can truly cherish the light. Before Leo could reply, the world around him seemed to soften and blur. The attic walls melted away like sugar in tea, and he found himself standing at the edge of the silver wood, the music box now large enough to step into. The air here smelled of frost and pine, and the path before him glimmered invitingly. His first steps were timid, his heart a nervous flutter in his chest. But as he walked, the silver leaves above him rustled like pages turning in a beloved book, and distant wind chimes played a melody so faint it felt like a memory. Before long he came upon a small clearing, where a cat with fur the color of Twilight sat washing her paws. A tiny brass bell hung from her collar, and it chimed softly with her movements. You're new, she observed, her voice a smooth purr. Looking for the starlight, I suppose. Leo nodded. I don't know where to find it. The cat blinked her golden eyes. The path splits ahead, left leads through the whispering tunnel, quick but frightening. Right takes you past the remembering pool, longer but gentler. Most choose left and never return. She tilted her head. But you strike me as the remembering type. Why is the tunnel frightening? Leo asked. It's very dark, she replied simply. Leo's hands grew cold. Then I'll go right. The cat's purr deepened. Wise choice, take this. She nudged a smooth, white stone toward him with her nose. It's a moonstone. When you're unsure, hold it to your ear. It remembers all the kind words ever spoken. Thanking her, Leo tucked the stone into his pocket and continued along the right fork. The path wound beside a stream that chuckled over polished stones, and fireflies blinked like floating embers in the gathering dusk. Soon he reached the remembering pool, a circle of water so still it looked like liquid obsidian. Sitting at its edge was a small mouse in a waistcoat, humming to himself as he sketched in a tiny notebook. Hello, the mouse said without looking up. His voice was quick and bright, like raindrops on glass. Come to listen. Listen to what? Leo asked. The pool remembers everything it's ever reflected, the mouse explained. Laughter promises secrets. If you listen closely, it might help you. He finally glanced up, adjusting his spectacles. You're seeking the starlight, aren't you? It passed this way, but it was dim, sad almost. Leo sat beside him. How does something like starlight become sad? Oh, everything has feelings, the mouse said wisely. Even light, especially light that's lost its way. He returned to his sketching. Just sit quietly. The pool does the talking. So Leo sat and he waited. At first he heard only the gentle lap of water and the distant chime of bells. But then faintly he began to hear whispers, fragments of stories, echoes of joy, and sometimes soft sighs of loneliness. He realized the starlight might not be hiding out of fear, but out of sorrow. Patience, he thought. Not rushing. Not forcing. Just being present. After what felt like both a moment and an hour, the pool's surface shimmered, and he saw a reflection. A faint, shimmering light tangled in the roots of an ancient tree deeper in the woods, weeping softly. It thinks no one needs it anymore, Leo murmured. The mouse nodded. Exactly, now you understand. Thanking the mouse, Leo continued, following the pool's whispered directions until he found the great tree, its roots twisted like old bones. There, nestled in the hollow beneath, was the starlight, a trembling, silver-blue glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Hello. Leo said softly. The light shivered. Go away. I'm not bright enough to help anyone. But I need you, Leo said honestly. I'm afraid of the dark, and without you, the music box world will grow cold. The starlight flickered. You're afraid too. Very, Leo admitted. But maybe we can be afraid together, and maybe that will make us both a little braver. He sat beside the hollow, not reaching, not demanding, just keeping company. He told the starlight about his own fears, how shadows seemed to move when no one was looking, how silence sometimes felt too heavy. And as he spoke, the starlight grew brighter, as if listening were kindling its flame. I thought I was the only one who felt this way, the starlight whispered. Me too, Leo said gently. But we're not alone, are we? Slowly, the starlight untangled itself from the roots and floated into Leo's cupped hands. It was warm like a freshly baked muffin, and it hummed with a soft, comforting vibration. Together they retraced their steps, past the remembering pool where the mouse tipped his hat, past the Twilight cat who purred her approval, and back to the beginning of the path where the music box awaited. As Leo placed the starlight into the keyhole, the entire forest inside the box burst into brilliance. Silver trees glittered, the moonstone path shone like a river of light, and from the box rose the most beautiful music Leo had ever heard, like laughter and snowfall and grandmother's lullabies all woven together. The voice of the keeper spoke once more, warm with gratitude. Thank you, brave one. You've shown that courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about listening, understanding, and walking forward even when your knees tremble. Then, as softly as he had arrived, Leo found himself back in the attic, the music box once again small and silent in his hand. But now it glowed with a gentle, steady light from within. That night, for the first time, Leo placed the music box on his bedside table. When darkness fell, he watched its soft glow paint gold patterns on the ceiling. The shadows no longer seemed frightening. They danced with the light, partners in a quiet ballet. And as he drifted to sleep, he heard it, faint but clear, the sound of silver leaves rustling, a distant bell chiming, and the contented purr of a twilight-colored cat, all woven into a melody that promised he was never, ever alone. Outside, the rain continued to fall, each drop a gentle reminder that even the darkest nights hold music, if only we learn to listen. Story 16. In a quiet valley nestled between the whispering pines and a slow, murmuring river, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone paths gave way to soft earth and tangled roots. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, Kaelen would sit by his window and watch the fireflies begin their nightly dance over the meadow. They flickered like scattered embers against the deepening blue, and he often wondered what it might be like to follow them into the gathering dark. Kaelen was a quiet child, with a heart full of curiosity, but feet that seldom wandered far from home. He loved the familiar, the scent of baking bread from his mother's kitchen, the sound of his father humming as he mended tools by the hearth, the way the moonlight silvered the dewy grass outside his window. But sometimes, in the stillness just before sleep, he felt a gentle pull toward the unknown, a soft calling from the world beyond his doorstep. One such evening, as the last light faded from the sky, Kaelen noticed something unusual. Among the ordinary fireflies, one shone with a warmer, steadier light, a soft golden glow that pulsed like a tiny heartbeat. It did not dart and dance like the others, but hovered near his window, as if waiting. Intrigued, he leaned closer, his breath fogging the cool glass. The light bobbed gently, then began to drift away, pausing every so often as though beckoning him to follow. With a quiet resolve that surprised even himself, Kaelen slipped from his bed, pulled on his soft-soled shoes, and crept out into the night. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Crickets chirped a rhythmic chorus, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called softly. The golden firefly led him away from the village, across the meadow where the tall grass whispered against his legs, and toward the edge of the ancient forest known as the Glimmerwood. At the forest's border, Kaelen hesitated. The trees lay tall and dark, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the stars. But the firefly glowed warmly, its light casting a gentle circle on the path ahead, and so he stepped beneath the boughs. The world changed instantly. The sounds of the meadow faded, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional drip of dew from above. The air grew richer, filled with the fragrance of pine resin, moss, and something sweet he couldn't name. And though the forest should have been dark, it was not. All around him tiny lights began to awaken, not just fireflies, but glowing mushrooms nestled between roots, luminous moths with wings like stained glass, and vines that twinkled with soft blue berries. His guide flew onward, and Kaelen followed, his earlier unease melting into wonder. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen needles and velvety moss. After a time, the trees parted to reveal a small clearing, where a stream gurgled over smooth stones. There, sitting on a mossy log beside the water, was an old woman with kind eyes and hair as white as moonlight. She was humming softly, and in her hands she held a lantern that glowed with the same golden light as the firefly. "I wondered if you would come," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Sit with me a while, Kaelen." He did not question how she knew his name. Something in her presence felt familiar and safe. He sat beside her on the log, and the firefly settled on his knee, its light warming him through his trousers. "You have followed the emberfly," the old woman said, gesturing to the glowing insect. "Few have the eyes to see its light, and fewer still the heart to follow. It leads only those who are ready to listen." "Ready to listen to what?" Kaelen asked, his voice barely a whisper. "To the stories the world tells when the day grows quiet," she replied. "To the secrets whispered by the wind and the dreams woven by the stars. You have always felt it, haven't you? That gentle tug toward something more." Kaelen nodded, his eyes wide. "The world is full of hidden wonders," she continued. "But to see them, you must learn to see not just with your eyes, but with your heart. The emberfly has chosen you. It will be your guide and your friend if you wish it." As if in agreement, the emberfly lifted from his knee and hovered before him, its light pulsing softly. Kaelen reached out a tentative finger, and it alighted there, its glow spreading a gentle warmth up his arm. "What must I do?" he asked. "Simply be open," the old woman said. "Listen, observe, and when the time is right, you will know what is asked of you." She handed him the lantern. "This will light your way when the path grows dim. Trust the light and trust yourself." With those words she rose and melted into the shadows between the trees, leaving Kaelen alone with the emberfly and the softly glowing lantern. For many nights thereafter, Kaelen ventured into the Glimmerwood. The emberfly became his constant companion, leading him along hidden paths and to secret clearings where wonders unfolded. He met talking badgers who recited poetry by the light of glowworms, shy deer whose antlers shimmered with morning dew even at midnight, and old tortoises who carried maps of the stars on their shells. With each journey, Kaelen felt himself changing. His footsteps grew surer, his hearing sharper. He learned to distinguish the different songs of the night birds, to identify plants by their scent, to feel the subtle shifts in the wind that spoke of coming rain. He no longer feared the dark, for he had come to know it as a friend, a soft, breathing presence full of life and mystery. But as the days turned to weeks, Kaelen began to notice something troubling. The lights in the Glimmerwood were fading. The mushrooms glowed less brightly, the berries on the vines dimmed, and even the emberfly's light seemed to waver at times. The animals spoke in hushed tones of a growing stillness, a quiet sorrow that seeped through the forest like a chill. One evening, as Kaelen sat by the stream where he had first met the old woman, the emberfly landed on the lantern, and its light flickered weakly. "What's wrong?" Kaelen asked, his voice filled with concern. The emberfly did not speak in words, but in his heart Kaelen felt its message, a feeling of loss, of something precious slipping away. That night as he returned home, he saw that the fireflies in the meadow too had grown fewer, their lights pale and sparse. The next day he sought out the old woman. He found her in a grove of silver birches, weaving crowns from moonlit vines and starlight. "The forest is fading," Kaelen said, his voice heavy with worry. "The lights are going out. What's happening?" The old woman sighed, her hands stilling in her work. "The heart of the Glimmerwood is the Lumina, a crystal that pulses with the forest's life and light. It lies deep within the oldest part of the wood, guarded by the silent sentinels. But its light has been dimming, and no one knows why. Without it, the magic of this place will fade, and the Glimmerwood will become like any other forest, still beautiful, but no longer alive with its secret glow." "Can it be healed?" Kaelen asked. "It can," she said, "but only by one who understands the light not as a thing to be possessed, but as a gift to be cherished. The path to the Lumina is not easily found. It requires a guide who knows the way by heart, and a traveler willing to listen more than speak, to give more than take." Kaelen looked at the emberfly, which glowed a little brighter at his side. "I want to help," he said. "Will you show me the way?" The old woman smiled, a slow, warm smile that lit her eyes. "I cannot lead you there, but your friend can." She nodded toward the emberfly. "It was born from the Lumina's light. It will always know the way home." And so, with the emberfly guiding him and the golden lantern in hand, Kaelen set out on his most important journey yet. The path was longer and more winding than any he had taken before. They traveled through parts of the forest where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined like clasped hands, and through valleys where mist curled around their ankles like sleepy cats. Along the way they encountered challenges. In a thicket of thorns that tried to block their path, Kaelen remembered the badger's poetry and sang a gentle tune that made the thorns retreat. At a river too wide to cross, he recalled the star maps on the tortoise's shell and found a hidden ford by aligning the reflections of the constellations in the water. Each obstacle required him to use what he had learned, to listen to the forest, to trust his instincts, to offer kindness instead of force. And with each challenge overcome, the emberfly's glow grew steadier, as if strengthened by his courage and compassion. After what felt like days, though the moon never seemed to move from its place in the sky, they arrived at the heart of the Glimmerwood. Before them stood an ancient tree, its trunk so wide that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its roots twisted deep into the earth, and its branches reached high into the heavens. At its base was a small opening, barely large enough for Kaelen to squeeze through. The emberfly drifted inside, and Kaelen followed. Within, the space opened into a vast cavern lit by a soft, pulsating light. In the center stood a crystal pedestal, and upon it rested the Lumina, a stone about the size of his fist, but its light filled the entire chamber. Or rather, it should have. Now its glow was faint and uneven, flickering like a candle in the wind. Kaelen approached slowly, his footsteps echoing in the silence. As he drew near, he saw that the Lumina was covered in a fine, gray dust that dulled its light. He reached out a hand, then hesitated, remembering the old woman's words about giving rather than taking. What could he give to the heart of the forest? He thought of all the gifts the Glimmerwood had given him, the friendship of the emberfly, the wisdom of the animals, the courage to explore the unknown, the peace he found in its quiet spaces. And he understood. Kaelen knelt before the Lumina and began to speak. He spoke of his gratitude for the beauty he had witnessed, his joy in the friendships he had made, his hope for the forest's future. He shared memories of the first time he saw the glowing mushrooms, of the badger's sonnet about the moon, of the taste of the sweet night air berries. As he spoke, he gently brushed the dust from the crystal with the edge of his sleeve. With each word, each memory, the Lumini's light grew stronger. The gray dust dissolved like mist in sunlight, and the crystal began to pulse with a steady, radiant glow. The light spread through the chamber, warming the air and filling it with the scent of blooming night flowers and fresh rain. When Kaelen fell silent, the Lumini shone brighter than he could have imagined, its light pure and clear. The emberfly, which had been hovering nearby, flew to the crystal and touched it briefly. A spark of golden light passed between them, and the emberfly's glow became constant and strong, no longer flickering. Together they left the chamber and emerged into the forest. And as they did, a wave of light spread through the glimmerwood. The mushrooms glowed fiercely, the berries twinkled like fallen stars, the moth's wings shimmered with renewed color. From all around came the sounds of the forest coming fully awake, soft cheer-ups of delight, the rustle of leaves in a joyful dance, the gentle laughter of the stream. Kaelen made his way back to the clearing where the old woman waited. She smiled as he approached, her eyes reflecting the newly restored light of the forest. "You have done well, Kaelen," she said. "You gave the Lumini what it needed most, not force or magic, but remembrance and love. The forest thrives on the joy and wonder it inspires. By sharing yours, you renewed its light." Kaelen looked at the emberfly, now glowing with a steady, warm light. "Will it stay like this?" he asked. "As long as there are those who care to look and listen, the light will never fade completely," she said. "But it will always need tending now and then. That is the way of all precious things." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "You should return home now. The dawn is near, and your family will soon be waking." Kaelen nodded, though he felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of leaving. But as he turned to go, the old woman added, "The Glimmerwood will always be here when you need it, and you will always carry its light within you." With the emberfly lighting his way, Kaelen walked back through the forest. Everything seemed more vibrant, more alive. The path felt familiar now, like returning to a beloved friend's house. When he reached the edge of the Glimmerwood, the first hints of pink were coloring the eastern sky. He paused at the tree line, watching as the fireflies in the meadow below glowed with renewed energy, their lights dancing in the pre-dawn gloom. The emberfly hovered before him, its light soft and steady. "Are you coming?" Kaelen asked. The emberfly pulsed gently, then drifted back toward the forest. It had guided him home, but its place was in the Glimmerwood. Kaelen understood. With a smile he whispered, "Thank you," and watched as it disappeared among the trees. He walked back across the meadow, the grass wet with dew and sparkling in the early light. As he approached his cottage, he saw a light in the kitchen window, his mother already starting the day. He slipped inside, quietly climbed the stairs, and curled up in his bed just as the sun began to rise. That day and in the days that followed, Kaelen found that the world had not changed, but he had. He still loved the familiar comforts of home, but he now saw magic in them too, the way the sunlight caught the dust motes dancing in the air, the melody in his father's humming, the secret life of the garden after rain. He did not return to the Glimmerwood every night, but sometimes, when the moon was full and the world was quiet, he would step outside and see a golden light dancing at the edge of the forest. And he knew his friend was watching over him, a reminder that wonder was never far away for those who knew how to look. And on those nights, as he drifted to sleep, he would feel a gentle warmth spread through him, as if a tiny ember glowed within his heart, lighting his dreams with the soft, golden light of friendship, courage, and home. Story 17. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lay the village of Oakhaven. The houses there were built of honey-colored wood and mossy stone, with chimneys that puffed gentle curls of smoke into the twilight air. And in one such house, by a crackling fireplace that cast dancing shadows upon the walls, lived a young boy named Kaelen. Kaelen was a quiet child with a curious heart, who often felt that the world held more secrets than the grown-ups would admit. His favorite time was the hour just after supper, when the fire was stoked and the world outside grew still and dark. It was during one such evening, as embers popped softly and the scent of cedar filled the room, that his grandfather placed a small, cloth-wrapped bundle into his hands. "This," the old man said, his voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "has been in our family for longer than anyone remembers. It is not to be shown off or bragged about. It is a quiet kind of magic." With careful fingers, Kaelen unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a smooth, oval stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It was the color of dark honey, and when he held it up to the firelight, it seemed to hold a soft, golden glow within its depths. "What does it do?" Kaelen whispered, his eyes wide. His grandfather smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening like well-worn paths. "It remembers light," he said. "It remembers warmth, and if you listen closely, it remembers stories." That night, as Kaelen lay in bed with the stone tucked safely under his pillow, he found he could not sleep. The stone seemed to pulse gently, like a second heartbeat, and a soft, amber light seeped from beneath the cotton of his pillowcase. He sat up and took it in his palm. The glow was not bright or startling, but gentle and steady, like the last light of sunset caught in a jar. Driven by a pull he could not name, Kaelen slipped from his bed and crept to the window. Outside, the world was bathed in moonlight and shadow. But there, at the edge of the forest where the oldest oak stood sentinel, he saw a faint, golden light flickering between the trees, a light that mirrored the glow of the stone in his hand. Without a sound, he pulled on his boots and warmest sweater, pocketed the stone, and stepped out into the cool night air. The path into the woods was one he knew well by day, but at night it felt entirely new. The familiar gnarled roots seemed to twist into new shapes, and the whispering of the leaves sounded like soft, secret voices. But the stone in his pocket glowed warmly against his leg, a reassuring presence that guided him forward. Deep into the forest he walked, following the distant golden light. The air grew richer with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds were the crunch of his footsteps and the occasional hoot of an owl. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, he emerged into a small clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood the most ancient oak he had ever laid eyes on, its trunk wide enough that 3 children holding hands could not have encircled it. And there, nestled among its roots, was the source of the light, a doorway woven from living branches and hung with curtains of glowing ivy. The light was soft and inviting, like the heart of a friendly hearth. Hesitant but hopeful, Kaelen stepped forward. The ivy curtains parted without a sound, and he found himself descending a gentle ramp of smooth, worn stone into the earth below. He emerged into a cavern that took his breath away. The ceiling was alive with thousands of softly glowing mushrooms, casting a light like that of a perpetual golden hour. Tiny streams trickled through mossy banks, their waters making music like faint, silver bells. And all around the air hummed with a gentle, living warmth. But what truly astonished him were their inhabitants. Small, furry creatures with large, luminous eyes moved about quietly, tending to glowing flowers and whispering to one another in soft, chirping voices. They paused as he entered, their eyes wide but not fearful. One of them, slightly taller than the others, with fur the color of cinnamon and ears that twitched with curiosity, approached him. In its paws it held a small lantern made of a hollowed-out acorn, within which glowed one of the luminous mushrooms. "You have the sunstone," the creature said, its voice like the stirring of leaves. We felt its waking. Kaelen carefully drew the stone from his pocket. It glowed brighter here, pulsing in time with the light of the cavern. "My grandfather gave it to me," he said. "My name is Kaelen." The creature bowed its head slightly. "I am Fen," it replied. "Welcome to the Glimmerhold. We are the keepers of the light." Fen explained that long ago, when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely, a piece of the first sunrise had been captured within the stone. It was an anchor of warmth and memory, a thing that connected the world above to the hidden world below. But over the generations, as people grew busy and forgetful, the stone had been left unused, and the connection had weakened. Without the sunstone's warmth, Fen said, his large eyes growing sad, our own lights have begun to dim. The mushrooms glow less brightly, the streams flow more slowly, and the warmth that sustains us fades. We have waited many turnings of the seasons for its return. Kaelen looked around. Now that Fen mentioned it, he could see that some of the mushrooms flickered uncertainly, and there was a slight chill in the air that the stone's glow seemed to push back against. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice soft but steady. Fen's ears perked up. "The stone remembers light," he said. "But it must also gather it. It needs to be charged with moments of true warmth, not just from the sun, but from the heart. Laughter, kindness, friendship, these are the fuels that keep its fire burning." And so began Kaelen's nightly visits to the Glimmerhold. Each evening after his family had gone to sleep, he would take the sunstone and quietly make his way to the hidden doorway under the great oak. Each time Fen was waiting for him, and together they would walk through the glowing caverns. Kaelen learned that the keepers were gentle beings who lived in harmony with everything around them. They spoke to the plants and listened to the stones, and their greatest joy was to share stories and songs. Kaelen in turn shared stories of his own world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of flying kites on windy hills, of the way the rain sounded on the roof just before nap time. And with each story told, with each moment of genuine connection, the sunstone in his pocket glowed a little brighter. He would place it in a small niche at the heart of the cavern, and its light would spread through the roots of the great oak above, feeding the glowing mushrooms and warming the streams. But as the days passed, Kaelen noticed something else. The warmth was not just flowing into the Glimmerhold, it was flowing into him as well. He found himself feeling more patient with his younger sister, more helpful to his parents, more inclined to notice the small beauties of his own world. The way the morning frost sparkled on the window pane, the sound of his mother humming while she kneaded dough, the comfortable weight of the quilt his grandmother had made. One evening, as he sat with Fen by a softly glowing pool, watching the light dance on the water, Fen turned to him with a thoughtful expression. "The stone is growing stronger," Fen said. "But there is one thing it still needs, a memory of the first light, the dawn. It has been so long since it felt a true sunrise." Kaelen understood. "I can take it to see the sunrise," he said. "But will you come with me?" Fen's eyes widened. No keeper had ventured into the world above for many lifetimes. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. But after a long moment he nodded. "If you will be my guide," he said softly. And so, on a morning when the sky was still dark and the stars were sharp as diamonds, Kaelen wrapped Fen in a warm scarf so only his eyes peeked out, and together they crept from the house and made their way to the highest hill overlooking Oak Haven. They sat side by side on a large, flat rock, the sunstone held between them. Slowly the eastern sky began to soften from black to deep blue, then to lavender and rose. The first birds began to chirp, their songs tentative in the stillness. And then the first sliver of sun appeared over the horizon, spilling liquid gold across the world. The stone in their hands began to hum, a low, joyful vibration, and its glow intensified until it was almost too bright to look upon. It drank in the light, storing it within its depths. But more than that, it drank in the moment itself, the awe on Fen's face as he saw his first sunrise, the warmth of Kaelen's hand beside his, the shared silence that was more profound than any words. As the sun fully emerged, painting the world in its warm light, the stone's glow settled into a deep, steady radiance that seemed to promise it would never fade. Together, they returned to the Glimmerhold. As Kaelen placed the stone back in its niche, a wave of warmth and light spread through the cavern, unlike anything he had felt before. The mushrooms glowed with a fierce, joyful light, the streams bubbled with renewed energy, and the very air seemed to sing with warmth. The keepers gathered around, their eyes shining with gratitude and wonder. Fen stood beside Kaelen, and though no words were spoken, the bond between them, and between their worlds, felt as strong and enduring as the ancient oak above. Kaelen knew then that his visits would continue, not because the stone needed them, but because his heart did. He had found a second home, a second family, and a deeper understanding of warmth, that it was not just something to be felt, but something to be shared. That night, as he lay in his bed with the stone once more under his pillow, he felt its gentle pulse against his cheek. It was no longer just a magical object, it was a friend, a reminder, a keeper of memories both old and new. And as he drifted into sleep, he dreamed not of grand adventures, but of small moments, of sitting by the fire with his grandfather, of sharing a laugh with Fen, of watching the sunrise on a quiet hill. And he understood that the truest magic was not in glowing stones or hidden worlds, but in the connections that warmed us from the inside out, steady and true, like a fire that never goes out. Outside, the stars turned slowly in the sky, and in the village of Oakhaven, all was peaceful and still. The great oak at the forest's edge stood silent and strong, its roots reaching deep into the warm, glowing world below, where friends remembered one another and light endured through the longest nights. And in the heart of the Glimmerhold, the sunstone glowed on, a tiny, steady echo of the dawn, holding within it all the warmth of a friendship that had transformed two worlds, simply by being kind and true and brave enough to care. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. The old house settled around Theo like a well-worn quilt, each creak and groan a familiar lullaby. Outside, rain whispered secrets to the window panes, pitter-pat, while the fire in the hearth crackled its warm, golden reply. Theo, tucked under his own quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper tonight, holding their breath. That's when his gaze drifted towards the steep, narrow staircase leading to the one place he rarely ventured, the attic. It wasn't that he was forbidden, it was simply unknown. A realm of dust motes dancing in stray light beams, forgotten furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and secrets whispered by old trunks. Tonight, however, a peculiar pull tugged at him, stronger than the cozy lure of his bed. Perhaps it was the rhythmic sighing of the wind in the eaves, or the way a single, brave moonbeam managed to pierce the skylight's grime, painting a silver path on the attic floor. Gathering his courage, a small, flickering thing like a birthday candle flame, Theo slipped on his thick socks and padded towards the stairs. The wood side beneath his feet creak groan, a sound older than he could imagine. The attic air was thick with the scent of time, dry paper, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of lavender from long-gone sachets. Moonlight pooled around a large, humpbacked trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle, its brass buckles tarnished green. This was the source of the pull. Kneeling, Theo wrestled with a stubborn buckle, the metal cold against his fingers. With a final click-snick, the lid lifted, releasing a puff of dust that danced in the moonbeam like miniature stars. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, honey-colored oak, worn soft with age. Carved on its lid was a simple, swirling pattern like wind chasing leaves. Curious, Theo lifted it. It felt surprisingly heavy, solid. He traced the carving, his finger finding a tiny, almost invisible latch. Click. The lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, was a music box. Not grand, but perfectly formed. Instead of a ballerina, a tiny, intricate scene was revealed. A miniature forest glade, complete with minuscule trees, a winding path of tiny pebbles, and a little wooden bridge arching over a silver thread of a stream. At its center stood a figure, no bigger than Theo's thumb, carved like a kindly old man with a lantern. Theo gently turned the small brass key protruding from the side. It resisted, stiff with disuse, then gave way with a soft tick-tick-tick. The melody that began was unlike any music box tune Theo had ever heard. It wasn't tinkling or high-pitched, but deep, resonant, and achingly beautiful. It sounded like the sigh of ancient trees, the chuckle of a hidden brook, and the distant chime of stars, all woven together. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it filled the attic, not loudly, but with a profound presence that seemed to push back the shadows, turning them soft and velvety. The tiny lantern on the figure's hand began to glow with a warm, buttery light, illuminating the miniature scene with impossible detail. Theo gasped. "Ah," sighed a voice, soft as dust settling. "It's been an age since that song warmed these rafters." Theo nearly dropped the box. Perched on the edge of the trunk, smoothing her whiskers with a tiny paw, sat a mouse. She wasn't gray, but a soft, dove brown, and perched precariously on her head was a thimble-sized silver teacup, tilted at a jaunty angle. Her eyes, bright as polished jet beads, regarded Theo with surprising warmth. Who are you?" Theo whispered, clutching the humming music box. "Seraphina Pinwhisker," the mouse announced, dipping her head, causing the teacup to wobble alarmously. "Keeper of forgotten melodies and, occasionally, misplaced biscuit crumbs. And you found the heartwood box. Quite the discovery, young master." The heartwood box. Theo breathed, mesmerized by the glowing miniature and the hauntingly beautiful tune. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink. "Indeed," Seraphina chirped. "Its song holds the memory of the deepwood glade, a place of peace tucked away. Well, somewhere beyond the cobwebs and old hatboxes, that little chap with the lantern, that's old Loomies, he guards the path." She pointed a tiny claw. "But see, his light is flickering, weak, the glade's heart song is fading." Theo peered closer. Indeed, the warm glow from the tiny lantern was sputtering, casting frantic, jumping shadows within the miniature forest. As it dimmed, the beautiful melody faltered, skipping notes, sounding thin and strained. Hum-plink-HM, a wave of coldness seemed to emanate from the box, chilling Theo's fingers despite the music box's warmth. "What's wrong with it?" Theo asked, a pang of sadness striking him as the lovely music threatened to die. Silence, murmured a new voice, low and rumbling like stones in a brook. From behind a stack of hatboxes padded a large, ginger cat. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his green eyes held ancient patience. He moved with silent grace, settling near Theo, his purr starting up a deep, comforting vibration like a contented kettle simmering. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. The glade fears the silence, the cat stated simply. It creeps in when the heart song weakens, stealing the light, stealing the music. Old Loomies needs courage to keep the lantern bright, but courage grows dim in the quiet. Theo understood fear. He understood the shadows in his room, the unease in the attic's depths. How can we help? How can we give old Loomies courage? The song needs mending, Seraphina said, adjusting her teacup hat. Its strength comes from harmony, from kindness remembered. The box remembers the glade, but it needs to feel the warmth that banishes the silence. It needs a spark. But it's just a box, Theo protested, looking at the tiny, flickering light. Ah, rumbled the ginger cat, whose name, Theo learned, was Russell for the sound he made moving through dry leaves. Size is a tricky thing. Courage isn't measured in miles or muscle, young Theo. It's measured in heartbeats, in choosing light when the dark presses close. The spark old Loomies needs isn't fire, it's connection. It's the echo of friendship, the warmth of a caring thought, sent right into the heart of the song. Theo looked from the earnest mouse to the wise cat, then down at the struggling miniature world in his hands. The melody was now just a faint, broken whisper. Plink, H-shem, plink, the coldness intensified. He thought of the cozy fire downstairs, of the safe warmth of his quilt, of his parents sleeping peacefully. He thought of Seraphina's cheerful presence and Russell's deep, grounding purr. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. Closing his eyes, Theo cupped the heartwood box gently. He didn't just think of warmth and safety, he felt it. He poured into the little wooden box the feeling of the crackling fire, the softness of his quilt, the sound of rain on the roof that meant shelter, the purring cat beside him, the brave little mouse with her teacup hat. He imagined sending all that cozy, safe, kind feeling down the winding path of the miniature glade, straight towards the flickering lantern of old Loomies. He focused not on banishing the darkness, but on holding the light he already knew. He remembered the courage it took to climb the creaking stairs, the wonder of finding the box, the kindness in Seraphina's bright eyes, the comfort in Russell's steady presence. He gathered all these small, brave, warm feelings and sent them like a silent prayer into the heart of the music. HMMMM. A single clear note resonated from the box, stronger than before. Theo opened his eyes. Inside the miniature glade, the tiny lantern flared. Not violently, but steadily, warmly, pushing back the shadows that had been encroaching. The light spilled over the tiny pebbles, gilded the miniature leaves, and shone on old Loomies' carved face, which seemed impossibly to hold a gentle smile. The melody surged back, richer, fuller, deeper than ever. Hum-HMMMM, plink plink k plink, ding dong, it wove together the sighing trees, the chuckling brook, the distant stars, and now the crackle of a fire, the purr of a cat, the patter of rain, the gentle creak of an old house, and the quiet, steady beat of a courageous young heart. It was a symphony of comfort. The coldness vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth radiating from the box, seeping into Theo's hands. The shadows in the attic weren't banished. They simply became soft, velvety corners, no longer threatening, just resting. Well spun, young master. Seraphina clapped her tiny paws, her teacup hat bobbing. A tapestry of warmth, that's what that was. Old Loomies hasn't shone that bright since Grey-Tant Mildred found her misplaced spectacles. Russell bumped his large, warm head gently against Theo's arm, his purr deepening into a satisfied rumble. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M-M. Courage shared is courage multiplied, he murmured. the silence flees from such harmony. Theo looked down at the heartwood box. The miniature glade was bathed in peaceful, golden light. The song flowed strong and serene, filling the attic with its profound, comforting presence. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. The shadows downstairs no longer seemed like lurking monsters, but simply part of the night's gentle embrace. He hadn't traveled miles, he journeyed inward, across the landscape of his own fear, guided by kindness and friendship, and found courage in the warmth he already possessed. He carefully closed the lid of the heartwood box. The beautiful melody softened, becoming a gentle hum within the wood, a secret warmth against his palm. He placed it back on the blue velvet inside the trunk, leaving the lid open just a crack, like a promise to return. "Will it be all right?" Theo asked softly, looking at his small companions. Serafina nodded, her whiskers twitching. "Oh, indeed, the song is strong again, and now," she yawned delicately behind a tiny paw, "it's time for sensible creatures to seek their nests. Even keepers of forgotten melodies need their rest." Russell gave a final, resonant purr and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of the attic, a rustle of fur against old fabric. Serafina gave Theo a last bright-eyed blink before scampering off towards a hole near a stack of old books, her tiny teacup hat vanishing into the darkness. Theo carefully closed the trunk, the brass buckle clicking softly. The attic felt different now. Still mysterious, still full of forgotten things, but no longer unknown or frightening. It felt companionable. The moonbeam still shone, silver and peaceful. The rain continued its gentle pitter-pat on the roof, a soothing counterpoint to the faint, comforting hum he could almost feel emanating from the trunk. He padded back down the sighing stairs, creak-groan, the sounds now familiar and friendly. The fire in the hearth had settled into glowing embers, casting dancing, warm shadows on the walls, friendly shapes now, like gentle giants resting. The fear of the dark corners had melted away, replaced by the understanding that darkness wasn't empty. It was just quiet, holding its own kind of peace, like the velvet lining of the old trunk. Sliding back under his quilt, Theo felt the deep, safe warmth seep into his bones. He listened to the house settle, the soft pop of an ember, the sigh of the wind, the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the heartwood box singing its song of the deepwood glade, a lullaby woven from ancient trees, starlight, crackling fires, purring cats, brave little mice, and the quiet, enduring strength of kindness and courage found within. The shadows were just friends waiting for the dawn, and the night wrapped around him like a familiar, velvet cloak. His eyelids grew heavy, the beautiful melody echoing softly in his mind, hum-HMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, a gentle reminder that light, warmth, and courage were always just a heartbeat away, often found in the most ordinary of boxes, in the most unexpected of attics, carried on the wings of friendship and the quiet strength of a caring thought. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last sound he heard was the contented sigh of the old house, settling deeper into its own peaceful dreams. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In a little village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the very edge of the wood, where the lamplight from her window was the last to be swallowed by the deep velvet of night. Anya was a quiet child, with a heart full of wondering and hands that were always slightly smudged with soil from her small garden. She loved the earth the way it held secrets just beneath its surface, and she often felt that if she listened very carefully, she could almost hear it breathing. One evening, as the autumn chill began to lace the air with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Anya sat by her window, tracing patterns on the cool glass. The fire in the hearth crackled companionably, casting dancing shadows that flickered like shy spirits across the room. It was on this night that she first noticed it, a soft, pulsing glow deep within the forest, a light that seemed to breathe in time with the rustle of the trees. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nestled itself in her heart. Night after night she watched the gentle light, noticing how it waxed and waned like a slow heartbeat. It never ventured beyond the tree line, yet it called to her in a language older than words, a silent song of earth and ember. One crisp afternoon, as golden leaves spiraled down like forgotten secrets, Anya decided she would follow the light. She wrapped herself in a woolen shawl the color of moss, pulled on her sturdiest boots, and slipped into the forest just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The woods were a tapestry of sound and shadow. Twigs snapped softly underfoot, and the air grew cooler, carrying the rich, damp scent of peat and pine. Fireflies blinked lazily in the gathering dusk, and somewhere in the distance, an owl asked its solitary question of the night. Anya walked with careful steps, her breath forming little clouds that vanished into the twilight. She felt neither fear nor hurry, only a steady, patient pull toward the glow that now seemed to guide her like a gentle hand. After a time, the trees began to change. The familiar oaks and birches gave way to ancient, silver-barked trees with leaves that shimmered like liquid moonlight. And there, nestled between the roots of the grandest tree, a magnificent willow with branches that swept the forest floor, Anya found the source of the light. It was a stone smooth and warm to the touch, no larger than her palm. It glowed with a soft, amber light, as if it held a captive ember within its heart. As she reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, the stone pulsed brighter, as though recognizing her. She cupped it in her hands, and a wave of warmth spread through her, not just of heat, but of comfort, of belonging. "It likes you," said a voice, soft and rustling like leaves in a gentle breeze. Anya started, clutching the stone to her chest. From behind the curtain of willow branches emerged a creature, unlike any she had ever seen. It stood about as tall as her knee, with fur the color of twilight moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing gleam of ancient forests. Its ears were large and delicately pointed, and it moved with a grace that suggested it was more breeze than being. "I am Kael," the creature said, its voice a melody of hidden streams and shifting shadows. "And that is a heartstone. It has been waiting for you." Anya, her initial surprise melting into wonder, knelt down. "Waiting for me, but why?" Kael's eyes crinkled in what might have been a smile. "The heartstone chooses who it warms to. It senses a kindred spirit, one who listens to the earth, who understands growth and quietness. You have been tending your garden, whispering to the seeds. The stone heard you." And so began an unexpected friendship. Night after night, Anya would return to the willow tree, the heartstone glowing softly in her pocket, a beacon that guided her path. Kael taught her the secrets of the forest, how to read the patterns in the bark that told of seasons past, how to understand the language of the wind as it swept through the canopy. In return, Anya shared stories of her village, of the simple joys of baking bread and the way the rain sounded on her cottage roof. The heartstone, she learned, was no ordinary rock. It was a fragment of the first dawn, a piece of the world's original warmth. It could heal wilted plants, encourage shy buds to open, and its light grew brighter in the presence of kindness. But it was also fragile. Its light dimmed if held with greed or doubt, and it needed to be returned to the earth regularly to regain its strength. One evening, as the first snow began to dust the forest like powdered sugar, Kael seemed troubled. The usual playful glint in his eyes was clouded. "The heartstone is growing weaker," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "The balance is shifting, the world outside is forgetting how to listen. The stone feeds on connection, on gratitude, on wonder. Without it, its light will fade, and with it, the deep magic of this place." Anya felt a cold knot form in her stomach. "What can we do?" We must take it to the summit of sighs, Kael said. It is the highest place in these woods where the starlight is purest. There, under the full moon, it can drink in the silence and remember its purpose. But the journey is long, and the path is not without its challenges. And so they set out the very next dusk. Anya carried the heartstone wrapped in a soft cloth inside her coat, where it rested against her heart, its warmth a constant reassurance. Kael led the way, his small form moving with sure-footed grace over roots and stones. The forest grew deeper, the trees taller and closer together. The air thinned, carrying the crisp, clean scent of altitude. They walked for what felt like hours, the world reduced to the sound of their breathing and the soft crunch of snow underfoot. The heartstone's glow was their lantern, pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the path. They spoke little, saving their breath for the climb, but their silence was a comfortable one, filled with the understanding of shared purpose. The first challenge came in the form of the Whispering Gorge. A deep crack in the earth, spanned by a single ancient bridge made of woven vines and petrified wood. The bridge swayed gently in the wind, and from the depths of the gorge came a soft, murmuring sound, a chorus of doubts and fears echoing up from the shadows. It feeds on uncertainty, Kael warned, his large ears twitching. You must hold fast to your intention. Think of why you are doing this. Think of the light. Anya took a deep breath, feeling the heartstone pulse warmly against her chest. She thought of her garden, of the first green shoot pushing through the dark soil. She thought of Kael's laughter, like the tinkling of icicles. She thought of the village, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the fragile magic that hummed in their world. Step by step she crossed, the whispers fading into meaningless noise behind her. Kael followed, his faith in her a tangible force. Higher they climbed, the path growing steeper. The second challenge was the Forest of Mirrors. Here the trees were sheathed in ice, their frozen surfaces reflecting 1,000 Anyas and 1,000 Kaels, each reflection slightly different, each showing a possible doubt, a possible failure. One Anya looked lonely. Another looked lost. One Kael looked away, indifferent. Which path is real? Anya whispered, her voice swallowed by the glittering silence. The one you choose, Kael replied softly. Look not with your eyes, but with your heart. The stone will guide you. Anya closed her eyes, her hand over the heartstone. She felt its steady, warm rhythm, a constant in the maze of cold reflections. She took a step, then another, trusting the warmth to lead her. When she opened her eyes, they were through, the mirror trees behind them, their true path clear ahead. They were both weary now, their breaths coming in white puffs in the starlit air. The summit was close, they could see the peak outlined against the starry sky, a dark silhouette against a tapestry of silver. But the final challenge was the simplest and the hardest, a vast, open slope of untouched snow leading to the top. It was beautiful, but utterly exposed. The wind here was sharper, carrying a loneliness that chilled deeper than the cold. This is the field of solitude, Kael said, his small voice almost carried away by the wind. Many turn back here, the heart feels too small, the task too great. Anya looked out over the expanse. It would be so easy to feel insignificant, to believe that one small stone and one small girl could not possibly matter in the face of such vast, silent beauty. The doubt crept in, a cold trickle. The heartstone's light flickered. But then she looked at Kael, who was watching her not with expectation, but with quiet companionship. She thought of the journey, of the bridges crossed and the reflections passed. She thought not of the vastness, but of the warmth in her coat, the friend by her side, the reason they had come. She took his small, furry hand in hers. We'll cross it together, she said. And they did. Step by slow step, they made their way across the field, their joined hands a tiny point of courage in the immense white silence. The wind sang around them, but now it sounded less lonely, more like a song of encouragement. The full moon rose, huge and silver, bathing the world in a light so pure it seemed to wash away all fear. At the summit they found a flat stone altar, waiting as if it had been expecting them. Anya carefully unwrapped the heartstone and placed it in the center. For a moment nothing happened. Then a beam of moonlight, clear and direct, fell upon the stone. The heartstone began to glow, not its usual amber, but a brilliant, silvery white. The light spread, pulsing out in waves, washing over the summit, spilling down the mountainside, touching the frozen trees and the silent snow with a gentle, living warmth. Anya felt the light pass through her, too, filling her with a profound peace. It was the peace of deep connection, of knowing that she was a part of something vast and beautiful, and that her small acts of kindness were notes in a grand, eternal song. They sat there for a long time, watching the stone drink in the starlight, its light growing steady and strong once more. The balance was restored. The journey back was easier, lighter. The path seemed to welcome them, the forest feeling more like a home than ever. When they finally reached the great willow, the first hints of dawn were painting the sky with watercolor hues of pink and gold. Kael turned to Anya. "The stone is healed, and so, I think, are we." He placed a small, gentle paw on her hand. "You will always be welcome here. You have a protector's heart." Anya knew then that she didn't need to take the heartstone with her. Its place was here in the heart of the woods, its light a secret she would carry inside her instead. She knelt and placed it back between the roots of the willow, where it glowed with a contented, steady light. She returned to her cottage as the sun fully rose, setting the world ablaze with ordinary, glorious light. Nothing in the village had changed. The smoke still curled from chimneys, and the morning bird song was the same as always. But everything had changed for Anya. She saw the magic not as a separate thing, but woven into the fabric of her everyday life, in the steam from her morning tea, in the patience of the rising bread dough, in the smile she offered to a neighbor. That night and every night after, she would sometimes glance toward the forest. She didn't always see the glow, but she knew it was there. And sometimes, on nights when the breeze was just right, she would hear a familiar, rustling laughter carried on the wind, a reminder that the world is full of gentle mysteries and warm friendships, waiting for those who know how to listen. And as she drifted off to sleep, the memory of the summit of sighs cradled her, a lullaby of starlight and silence, telling her that all was well, and that her own heart, steady and true, was a light that could never be extinguished. The fire in her hearth crackled its agreement, and she slept, wrapped in the deep, quiet peace of a story complete. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light-years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelen, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelen recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelen, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelen pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelen mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelen's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelen trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelen's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelen's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelen attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelen sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelen focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelen, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelen's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelen responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelen's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow. Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I? A shadow, Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal. Except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. They'll trap you here, Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. There, she said. Now you're more than an echo. The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. Just a dream, her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's painting seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Leela stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon, cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Leela wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Leela's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the Moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Leela's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oak's enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Leela lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Leela felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Leela knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Leela a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the Stardust samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of '63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along then, the others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Leora," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a story-keeper," Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kayla," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. the samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new storykeeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue. And even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze, and a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terralune's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation: 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis: some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled Terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terralune as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terralune, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. The first tendrils of Twilight were weaving through the sleepy village of Oakhaven when Finn slipped away. While other children chased fireflies or helped pack away market stalls, he drifted toward the shadowed embrace of the whispering woods. Finn moved quietly, a habit born from feeling perpetually overlooked. In a family of boisterous farmers and a village of practical folk, His dreamy nature and worn sketchbook seemed like misplaced puzzle pieces. Yet here, where ancient oaks groaned in the wind and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, he felt seen by the rustling leaves and chattering brooks. Tonight something shimmered. Deep within the thicket, where moonlight rarely pierced, a pulse of soft blue light beckoned like a fallen star. Finn's heart thrummed against his ribs as he pushed past spider silk veils and dew-heavy ferns. The air grew colder, scented with petrichor and something else, ozone and old magic. And there it lay, a stone no larger than a robin's egg, nestled in velvet moss. It glowed with an inner luminescence, casting dancing shadows on the tree bark. When Finn's fingers brushed its surface, warmth flooded his palm and the forest erupted in sound, not noise but voices. Lost, so lost, sighed the wind through pine needles. Danger comes, gurgled the creek over polished stones. And then a whimper, sharp and close. Finn whirled around to find a creature huddled beneath a toadstool. It resembled a cross between a hedgehog and a dandelion puff, tiny, quivering with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like liquid amber, wide with terror. You understand me," the creature whispered, its voice like chimes in a breeze. "The stone, you hold the glimmer stone." Finn knelt, the stone's heat pulsing against his skin. "I'm Finn, what's wrong?" "I am Tyndall," the creature quavered. "Guardian of the Veil, the Glimmerstone anchors the magic between your world and ours, the Sylvan Hollow, but it cracked when the shadow root poisoned the elder tree." Tyndall pointed a trembling paw toward the wood's heart. "Without its light the hollow fades, the whispers grow fearful, the moss grays, even the river's song weakens." Tears like dewdrops welled in Tyndall's eyes. "If the stone isn't healed by the full moon's peak 3 nights hence, our world will vanish, and yours the blight will spread." Finn's breath caught. He saw it now, the sickly yellow tinge on nearby ferns, the brittle silence where crickets should sing. The glimmerstone in his hand flickered, a hairline fracture splitting its light. "How do we heal it?" "Only the elder tree's roots can mend it," Tyndall said. "But the way is perilous. Shadowroot's minions hunt the light, and—" Tyndall shrank back. "Your kind hasn't walked our paths for generations. They fear you. I fear." Finn's fingers tightened around the stone. Fear was familiar, but so was loneliness. He saw it mirrored in Tyndall's gaze. "I'll help," he said softly. "Show me the way." Their journey began at dawn. The whispering woods transformed. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of jewel-toned leaves, painted the path in dappled gold. Giant moths with stained glass wings fluttered past, and trees hummed with hidden life. Finn sketched furiously, a glowing mushroom ring, a family of moss-furred squirrels, while Tyndall perched on his shoulder whispering names. "That's a lumen bloom. Those are bark scuttlers." Yet beneath the wonder, unease lingered. The air tasted metallic and distant howls echoed, thin, hungry sounds. The first trial came at the River of Murmurs. Its waters, usually clear as crystal, ran sluggish and murky. The bridge, a single moss-slicked log, was guarded. A troll, all knotted muscle and lichen-covered skin, blocked their path. He grumbled, shaking the ground with each step. "No passage, stone feels wrong, water's sick." Finn's sketchbook fell open. Without thinking, he tore out a page, a detailed drawing of the troll himself, majestic against a backdrop of healthy, rushing water. "For you," Finn offered. "The river as it should be." The troll blinked, tracing a thick finger over the lines. A low rumble, like stones tumbling, escaped him. "Pretty remembers." He stepped aside, his eyes unexpectedly soft. "Hurry, dark things stir." They hurried, but the forest grew stranger. Mist coiled around their ankles in the hollow of echoes, thickening until shapes writhed. A towering figure with Finn's father's disappointed frown, voices sneering, "Useless dreamer. Finn froze, the old ache of invisibility crushing him. The glimmerstone dimmed. No, Tyndall's voice pierced the fog, sharp as a bell. He pressed his small, warm body against Finn's cheek. You see what others miss. You drew the troll's loneliness. You found me. That is strength. Finn focused on Tyndall's amber eyes, the stone's faint pulse, his own sketches of beauty in the margins. The mist dissolved, revealing a path lit by bioluminescent flowers. Their respite was brief. Shadowroot's minions found them, creatures of knotted thorns and shifting darkness, drawn to the glimmerstone's waning light. Finn and Tyndall fled, crashing through thorny thickets until they tumbled into a cavern. Moonlight streamed through a crack above, illuminating a massive, ancient owl perched on a quartz column. Her feathers held the colors of twilight. Seekers of the glimmer, she hooted, her voice layered like wind through reeds. I am Orla, you bear the stone in its sorrow. She studied the fracture. The crack is not just in the stone, young ones. It mirrors a rift between worlds. Humans forgot the hollow. Fear became a wall. Shadowroot festers in that forgetting. Finn remembered the village warnings. Stay out of the whispering woods, cursed place. How do we heal the rift? He asked. By mending what was broken, Orla intoned. The elder tree requires a sacrifice, a treasure freely given from each world, woven into its roots with the stone, but choose wisely. The heart knows true value. Dawn of the third day found them at the forest's heart. The elder tree was a tragedy. Once a towering giant, its bark was now cracked and oozing black sap. Leaves, silver-edged and usually luminous, lay brittle on the ground. The air hung heavy and silent. At its base a hollow pulsed with faint, sickly light, the tree's wounded heart. Tyndall trembled. The stone, it's almost time. The glimmerstone's light was a feeble flicker, the crack spiderwebbing dangerously. Finn opened his sketchbook, every page a testament to his journey. The troll's bridge, the glowing moths, Tyndall's hopeful eyes. His most precious possession. The record of a world he'd grown to love. He tore out the final, pristine page, a blank canvas for new wonders, and placed it gently beside the hollow. I offer my memories, he whispered. The beauty I witnessed, the hope that humans can remember. Tyndall gazed at him, then at his own shimmering fur, the essence of his spirit light. With a soft cry, he plucked a tuft from his chest. It glowed like captured starlight. I offer my light, he said, voice trembling but clear. A piece of my home, freely given. Together they placed the fractured glimmerstone, Finn's drawing, and Tyndall's glowing fur into the hollow. Finn pressed his hands against the sickly bark. We remember you, he whispered fiercely. We see you. The ground shuddered. A groan, deep and ancient, rolled through the woods. Light, pure, blinding, golden light, erupted from the hollow, shooting up the elder tree's trunk like liquid sun. The black sap evaporated. Bark knitted itself whole, stronger than before. Silver leaves burst forth, shimmering with renewed vigor. The light pulsed outward in waves, washing over the forest. Gray moss blushed vibrant green. Withered flowers bloomed in explosions of color. The river's song returned, loud and joyous. Above, the full moon seemed to blaze brighter. The sylvan hollow revealed itself in its true glory. Spirits like living starlight danced on the breeze. Trees walked on gnarled roots, nodding in gratitude. Luminescent butterflies formed constellations above their heads. Tyndall, though slightly dimmer, glowed with pure joy. You did it, Finn, you healed us all. Finn felt the change within himself, too, a quiet confidence, a sense of belonging that warmed him deeper than any fire. The glimmerstone, now whole and pulsing gently, lay cool in his hand. Its magic had shifted. It no longer translated voices, but hummed with the forest's peaceful song. We did it together, Tyndall. Returning to Oakhaven felt like stepping into a faded painting. The air smelled only of dust and livestock, not magic. But Finn carried the forest within him. He showed the villagers his sketches, not just the mundane market scenes, but the luminous moths, the wise owl, the majestic elder tree. He pointed to the woods, now visibly greener, vibrantly alive. It's not cursed, it's waiting. Old Granny Marn, the village storyteller, gasped, tracing a gnarled finger over his drawing of the Glimmerstone. The heart of the woods from the old tales, I thought it just a story. Her voice, raspy with age, wove a forgotten legend for the gathered crowd, of friendship between humans and forest spirits, of shared magic, and a stone that bound them. Fear, faced with wonder and tangible proof, began to crumble. Finn became the bridge. He guided hesitant villagers to the wood's edge, where fireflies now danced in patterns, and the wind carried the scent of lumen blooms. Tyndall, visible only to those with open hearts, sometimes shimmered beside him, a silent testament to the mended bond. Children left honey cakes for the bark scuttlers. Farmers consulted the rustling leaves about the weather. The blight receded, replaced by abundant harvests and a newfound respect. One crisp autumn evening, Finn sat beneath the great oak at the village border, sketchbook open. Tyndall nestled in the crook of his arm, a warm, soft weight. The Glimmerstone, now set in a simple leather cord around Finn's neck, pulsed softly, a steady, comforting rhythm. Below them, Oakhaven's lanterns twinkled like fallen stars. Above, the whispering woods rustled contentedly, a symphony of life restored. Finn sketched the peaceful scene, the village lights, the dark, friendly woods, the tiny, luminous spirit beside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt woven into the fabric of both worlds, a quiet guardian of the mended veil. The fireflies danced, the wind sighed through silver leaves, and the deep, resonant peace of the forest settled over him like a warm blanket, whispering that all was truly, finally, well. The journey had changed the woods, the village, and the boy who dared to listen, proving that even the smallest spark of kindness, nurtured by friendship, could rekindle the light of worlds. And as the moon rose, full and benevolent, bathing everything in its silvery glow, Finn closed his sketchbook, leaned back against the ancient oak, and simply breathed in the perfect, quiet joy of belonging. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumin's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumin's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the whispering woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines, and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of whispering pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. "Hello," Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in it. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossom still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. the silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The Queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The Deep Star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The Deep Star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the Deep Star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the Deep Star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the Deep Star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. Lost, murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. Not lost, Finn replied, surprising himself. Just following the warmth. The fox tilted its head. Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs. They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. It's beautiful, Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. Beautiful, yes, but listen. A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. The heartstone dims, the fox sighed. Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't. Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rime, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. Rime hides in the frost caves, Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found. For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures, the tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. Rime fears it will shatter everything it touches, murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. Even kindness. Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rime, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. Go away, Rime whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. I'll only bring you frost. Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. My grandmother gave me this, he said softly. She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing. He told Rime about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. They miss you, he finished. The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long. Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rime flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rime's arm, not melting the frost, but softening it into dewdrops. Rime gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rhyme's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate, but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The Heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, Rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while Rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the Heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the valley's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, sporting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. Fireflies don't burn leaves, she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. Moon moth silk, he declared. Only night gardeners weave it. Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the near-sighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. He admitted, scratching his head. "Thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimbal, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimbal and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimbal said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimbal's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimbal's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimbal adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing-tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet-soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with laves of liquid moonlight, was the creature. It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered 3 high notes, too low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. "The luminous key is lost," Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. "Your metal sings with old magic. It is kin to the key." The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. "This," Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. "You'll fail them all, too small to matter." Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. "Echoes lie," Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. "My name is Sam," they declared, voice ringing clear. "And I'm helping my friend." The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. "Let go, save yourself," Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. "Hold," they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. "You caught me," Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. We caught each other. Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots, thick as cottage walls, pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. "The key's home," Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. "Hurry, Sam." Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. "You saved us, Sam." Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. "We saved us, Pip, together." The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. "It will always be here," Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. "For you, the key chose its bearer." They nuzzled Sam's hand. "Friend." Gran noticed the change immediately. "You seem taller, Sprout," she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt, a secret anchor to another world. Loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of grand cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. I know every hidden glade, follow my light. With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster, it was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flower-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. Like fairy tears, she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Do where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the Moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the Moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the Moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed a sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord the song of that star as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleeza's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gleesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature.